morning, everybody. Please take your seat, and we may start with this session, where will be the presentation of the prize winner for natural sciences. And it's a pleasure to give the floor to Professor Roberto Antonelli, President of Accademia dei Lincei, our guest. Thank you very much.
Benvenuti e benvenuti, è un grande piacere come ogni volta che la sede del premio è stabilita qui a Roma ricevere i vincitori e tutti i componenti del premio Balzan. Questo per tre motivi credo importanti. Il primo è il prestigio di questo premio e le relazioni che ha permesso di stabilire fra l'Accademia e il premio stesso. Il secondo è che è un premio particolare perché in qualche modo riflette l'identità lincea. È un premio che stabilisce un nesso e delle relazioni strette fra scienze fisiche e naturali e fra scienze umane. Questo è dimostrato anche dai vincitori di questo premio. Il terzo motivo è che è un premio anch'esso particolare perché non è dato a discipline, ma è dato a materie, temi che di anno in anno cambiano e vengono individuati come i temi più rilevanti in quel momento. Questo è avvenuto anche quest'anno, questo aspetto. Abbiamo un premio per la etnomusicologia, un premio per la filosofia morale, un premio per i biomateriali e la nanomedicina. Io sono un umanista e ho qualche difficoltà a ricordare tutti questi titoli, e poi un premio per una questione che sotto gli occhi e le preoccupazioni di tutto il mondo, cioè le glaciazioni e quindi cosa si può fare per l'ambiente. Quindi io credo che la discussione, il forum di questa mattina, come al solito, sarà un forum di grande interesse, non limitato soltanto a quest'Aula, ma che interesserà tutta la cultura e la società internazionale. Grazie dunque di essere qui e benvenuti.
Give the floor now to Professor Alberto Quadrio Curzio, President of the Fondazione Internazionale Balzan. Prego.
Buongiorno a tutti. I will speak English because now I am speaking as President of Foundation Balzan Premio, which is one of the two souls of the Balzan system. The other one is Balzan Fondo, which is in Zurich. So we have two souls. It's not so easy to have two souls, but maybe in this case we have two souls and we have a system. This morning is not my morning. It will be tomorrow more than today, because forum is totally in the sovereignty of the General Prize Committee. And so this morning is the morning of Luciano Maiani, on Peter Korn, the prize winner, and the colleague of the General Prize Committee who are going to present the prize winner. I have just to say that it is a pleasure to be here also this year. We have been in Bern at the beginning of July, the end of June, and I have to thank again the president of Balzan Fondo, Girgis Musi, who has been our guest at that time. Having said that, I just mentioned, I do more tomorrow, I just mentioned that Balzan reached this year 60 years of life. The date of beginning is rather complicated because 61, 62, deliberation and giving the prizes to the prize winner is rather complicated. Anyone 61 or 62 are the date in which Balzan started. And these 60 years, I think that Balzan has reached very, very important success. I may say that because it's not my merit, but the merit of the General Prize Committee and especially the prize winner, of course, because without the genius of the prize winner, Balzan would be more or less nothing, just money. Money is important, but especially for an economist, I am an economist, but it's not all. So I think that we must be grateful to the family of Eugenio Balzan, who allowed us to start such initiative. We must be grateful to all the president of Fondo and Premio, who has done in a proper way their duties. We must be grateful to the General Prize Committee, and especially we must be grateful to the prize winner, because without their genius, we couldn't reach the success we have reached, and we couldn't have such a respectable opinion in the worldwide sciences. So many thanks to all these people, and good work under the chairmanship of Luciano Maiani and Peter Kuhn for the humanities. Thanks.
We can start now our session. This session is devoted to the presentation of the prize winners of Balzan Prize 2022. Let me just recall you that unlike other prizes, the Balzan Prize is dedicated every year to 4 titles, 2 chosen in the humanities and the other in natural sciences. And the titles change from year to another following the evolution of the disciplines in these fields. And this year, the prizes for the natural sciences, which is the one that will start this morning, has been given to glaciology and to biomaterials. And it's a great pleasure to have the first 2 speakers, that is Robert Langer for biomaterials, and Dorte Dahl Jensens and Johannes Hans Erlemans for glaciology. But first of that, I will give the floor to Sir Clothing, to Maria Stromme, to introduce Dr. Langer, the first prize. Yes, Maria, sorry for this. Please.
It is a great honor for me to present to you this year's Balzan Prize winner in the field of biomaterials for nanomedicine and tissue engineering, Dr. Robert Langer. Dr. Langer is an MIT Institute professor, and an institute professorship is the highest honor a faculty member can hold at MIT. And the Langer Lab at MIT, with over 100 students, postdocs, and visiting scientists, is the world's largest academic biomedical engineering lab. But before I describe Langer and his achievements, I want to say a few words about the topic of this Balzan Prize. The topic is actually about designing materials that can interact with biological systems for a medical purpose on the nanoscale in such a way as to treat a disease or to restore, maintain, improve, or replace different types of biological tissues. So what does on the nanoscale mean? Well, let me bring you along with me on a journey into a really small world. We need to zoom in considerably to get down to the nanoscale. A salt crystal is a giant in this world. It's 1 million nanometers. And even the human cell is enormous, between 20,000 and 100,000 nanometers. And we need to zoom in on objects like viruses to get down to the nanoscale. An HIV virus is 100 nanometers in diameter. The coronavirus is a little bit larger, 140. Hemoglobin, that is transporting oxygen in our blood, is 10 nanometers, and we need to zoom in on the small building blocks of our DNA to get down to 1 nanometer. And it is here, between approximately 1 and 100 nanometers, that most interactions between molecules take place. And this is why material scientists, including Robert Langer, need to manipulate materials at this length scale to be able to give them the properties we would like them to have in our macroscopic world. And the properties of importance of this year's Balzan Prize are those that control interactions with organs and tissues in the human body, and thus enabling new therapies and treatments, allowing us to live healthier and longer lives. And I will just give you one example on what a biomaterial that is designed to interact favorably with human tissue can do. If an injury has damaged your spinal cord, you have a problem. Nerve fibers do not like to grow in scar tissue. They simply want perfect conditions to grow. So when you damage the spinal cord, these perfect conditions, they are often destroyed and you become paralyzed. Here you can see a picture of the first successful biomaterial that prevents the conditions in the spinal cord from being destroyed after an injury. And this smart biomaterial matrix can actually help nerves grow through the damaged area. And the first 2 patients who were totally paralyzed from waist down to have this matrix implanted into their spinal cord were Jordan and Jesse, in a clinical trial that began in 2014 under the name Inspire 1.0. About 4 months after the surgery, Jordan can move like this. And here you can see him 9 months after surgery and walking with support. And here you see Jesse approximately 6 months after surgery. And right now, a new clinical trial that is named Inspire 2.0 has started, and this study is a so-called 2-arm study comparing patients who will receive standard treatments after injury with patients who receive this biomaterial matrix. And who invented this biomaterial matrix? Well, Robert Langer, of course. Before Langer, very few, if any, had thought about combining the fields of chemical engineering and medicine. Langer was a chemical engineer who saw the opportunity in doing so. Was this easy? Absolutely not. After graduating, he applied for research positions at 40 colleges and universities without hearing back from any of them. 9 research grant proposals he wrote were rejected. Then he wrote to hospitals and medical schools to see if they could use a chemical engineer, but he received no offers. Finally, he found a Harvard professor who was also chief of surgery at Boston Children's Hospital who would give him a chance. And this is how an unprecedented scientific journey started, that you will soon hear more about from Robert Langer himself. Robert Langer has an H index of 305. That means that he's the most highly cited person in the field of engineering and chemistry in our entire history. And he's the top 3 most cited researcher in any field at any time in our history. And his papers have actually been cited over 376,000 times. Dr. Langer is the author of more than 1,500 papers, where over 200 are published in Nature, Science, and PNAS. And he's the inventor behind more than 1,000 granted patents and more than 500 pending patents, which is the highest number in history for medicine. Langer has been elected to all 3 academies in the US, Medicine, Engineering, and Sciences, and he has received both the National Medal of Science and the National Medal of Technology and Innovation. And he has received numerous other rewards, including the Queen Elizabeth Prize for Engineering and the Millennium Technology Prize. He actually holds 40 honorary doctorates. Langer was the first scientist to demonstrate how large biomolecules, including nucleic acids, could be embedded into polymers and other materials and hereby be released slowly over time in the human body. And this is a technology that has benefited more than 2 billion people in the world. His work has been translated for wide use. His patents have been licensed or sub-licensed to over 400 companies, and his lab has spun out about 45 biotech companies, including Moderna, where his technology for drug delivery ensured stable provision of mRNA for a completely new class of vaccines that I guess many of you have received several doses of. In fact, Langer's experimental findings, they went against the conventional wisdom of the scientific community, and he was often ridiculed. However, today it's very clear that his discoveries initiated a field that has broadly and profoundly affected medical treatments. Biopolymers and biomaterials have played a significant role in the effective delivery of and use of biological compounds. Before Langer, scientists, they used off-the-shelf materials to address a biological or medical problem, even though the materials were not designed for that use. For example, the same materials used in women's girdles were often used in artificial hearts because of its mechanical properties. And materials used to stuff mattresses were also used for breast implants. And Langer proposed a new approach which provided the first rational framework for the design of biomaterials and biopolymers for specific purposes. So Langer was the first to develop synthetic polymer systems to allow cells to form specific tissue structures, and thereby enabling the field of tissue engineering. And this breakthrough also led to the design of new artificial skin that is now used for patients with burns and skin ulcers. Replacement cartilage, bones, corneas, blood vessels, and spinal cords, as you saw here, have all been created in humans using this approach, which eventually may lead to the creation of virtually any tissue or organ of the body, and also on a chip, I believe. Langer, he also discovered ways to use small molecules delivered by gels that greatly enhance the growth of certain types of stem cells. Molecules of this type are now being tested clinically to restore hearing loss. And in a series of 8 papers in the journal Nature, Langer and his former postdoc, they elucidated the basis for biomaterials fibrosis, and they developed the first materials that were non-fibrotic, which they then used successfully for cell encapsulation. Langer developed the first technologies for the delivery of large molecular weight molecules using advanced materials. As mentioned earlier, Langer was the first to develop tiny particles to protect and deliver nucleic acids, even though it was deemed impossible at the time. And his approach, which has been approved by others, is today the basis for all mRNA vaccines and therapies. A portrait in Nature in 2009, entitled Being Bob Langer, actually stated that Robert Langer founded the field of controlled release, drug delivery, and tissue engineering. And Dr. Langer, it is an honor for me to give the word to you.
Thank you so much. It's a tremendous honor for me to be able to speak with you this morning, and thank you for that wonderful introduction. So I feel really privileged and honored and humbled to receive this award. I thought probably the best thing for me to do is tell you how I got here, which really, as Professor Stroma mentioned, was not a very straightforward path. So I grew up in Albany, New York, in the United States, and my dad, he ran a small liquor store, and he worked very hard, but when he came home, he'd play math games with me. And my mom, she was a homemaker. She took care of myself and my sister. And my mother worried a lot. She's actually 99 years old, and she still worries a lot. But she's one of the nicest people I've ever met, and I hope some of that rubbed off on me. You know, I just thought I'd show you a picture of me as a little boy. My parents got me these what were called Gilbert sets, erector sets, and chemistry sets, and microscope sets. And that, I think, was very good for getting me into science. You know, with the microscope set, I'd watch shrimp eggs hatch, and we had this little, we had this basement in the house, and I kind of set that up as a chemistry lab where we'd mix chemicals together. I always liked magic, and I liked that you could mix these reactions and they change colors. So that was me as a child. And then in high school, I wasn't very good in like classes like French and English and things like that. But I did okay in math and science, and my guidance counselor and dad said, well, if you're good at that, you should become an engineer. And I really didn't know what engineers did. I thought they ran railroad cars. But at any rate, I decided to do that, not knowing better, and I went to Cornell University and majored in chemical engineering. But when I finished, my bachelor's degree, I got some job offers to run chemical plants, but I didn't think I'd be very good at it. In fact, I'm sure I wouldn't have been. So I decided to apply to graduate school, and that I'm sure was very good for those chemical plants or the people who work there. I went to MIT for graduate school, and I got a doctorate in chemical engineering. I still didn't know what I wanted to do when I graduated. And when I graduated in the 1970s, I actually graduated in 1974, there was this gas shortage in the United States, and the prices of gas kept going up and up. And what happened is if you lived in Boston, where I was, you actually had to wait in line to get your tank filled up for your car for 2 hours. It was really amazing. But the good thing is that if you were a chemical engineer, you got a lot of job offers. And so all my friends that graduated around that time, they went to work for oil companies. I thought that's what I'll probably do too, just like my friends. So I went to interviews. In fact, I'd never been, I was 24 years old, I'd never been east of Boston or west of Buffalo, New York. That's pretty narrow. But then I got to have a lot of interviews and see the country, and I got all these job offers. I got about 20 job offers, four from Exxon alone. Believe me, I wasn't that good, but they just had so many openings. One of them, I remember I had one of these interviews at Exxon, and when I was there, this was in Louisiana, and I remember one of the older scientists said to me, he said, if you could just increase the yield of this one petrochemical by 0.1%, he said, that would be fantastic. It would be worth billions of dollars. And I remember flying back to Boston that night thinking to myself that I really didn't want to spend my life doing that. So, well, what did I want to do? So I've always had this dream of wanting to use my education to help improve people's lives. And when I was supposed to be doing my doctoral thesis at MIT, and I did do it, but when I actually spent most of my time helping start a high school for disadvantaged high school kids. And I got very involved in developing new math and chemistry curricula. One day I saw an ad at what's called City College of New York to be an assistant professor to do just that. And so I wrote them a letter applying for a job, but they didn't write me back. But I really liked that idea, so I found about 40 ads for different colleges, a lot of them not particularly good ones, but anyhow, I wrote applying for jobs to do just that, and I don't think any of them wrote me back. So that wasn't so good. So I started to think, well, what other way could I use my chemical engineering education to help people? And so I thought about medicine. So I applied to a lot of hospitals and medical schools. They didn't write me back either. But one day, I remember going into the lab, and one of the older scientists said to me, he said, Bob, he said, there's a surgeon in Boston named Judah Folkman, and he said, sometimes he hires unusual people. He thought very highly of Dr. Folkman. I won't say what he thought about me. But at any rate, so, and he was kind enough to offer me a job. So I think a lot of people said to him, well, I was actually the only engineer in the hospital, when I went there in the 1974. And a lot of people said to him, well, why would you ever do that, hire somebody like that? And they also said to me, why would you go to a hospital when you could work at all these oil companies? But anyhow, I loved that job. That job changed my life, and I learned so much. And the projects that I began working on, they involved two related problems. Dr. Folkman's big idea, which was very controversial, it turns out, but I didn't know any biology, so I didn't realize that. But anyhow, his idea was that if you could stop blood vessels from growing to a tumor, that might be a whole new way to stop cancer. And so the first project was to prove that he was right, but in so doing, isolate the very first substances that could stop blood vessel growth. And to do that, one of the key things was developing a way to study blood vessel growth, and all the molecules that you might use to inhibit blood vessel growth or stimulate it, they were large molecules. And if you injected them into the body or any organism, they'd get destroyed. So we needed to develop a way to create tiny particles, like Professor Stroma talked about, nanoparticles or microparticles, that could deliver for the first time large molecular weight substances. Now, before this, people had done a little bit of work on what's called drug delivery, but very little, and always was for small molecules. People always wrote, in fact, Dr. Folkman was an advisor to the only company in the world at that time, a company called Alza, that had done really work on drug delivery, but they always used tiny molecules, a couple hundred molecular weight. And people, when he asked people, including Nobel Prize winners, about helping us, they always said, well, you know, if you try to encapsulate something in a tiny particle, there's no way that the large molecule can get out. It's like any of us walking through a wall. They're just too big. So people told him it was impossible to do. But if we were going to solve the blood vessel problem, the angiogenesis problem, we had to solve the delivery problem. So I spent 2 years working on this project, and I found over 200 different ways to get this to not work. But eventually, I made this discovery that you could make tiny particles and with certain materials. We used polymers initially, and here's a picture of one, and it's cut in half. And you could really make these any size. But and what we were able to show in the journal Nature in 1976 is that for the first time you could release large molecules, and also, as Professor Stroma mentioned, this is actually the first time nucleic acids, which are DNA or RNA, had been delivered from tiny particles. So, and then what we did is we used these systems to create ways to study these angiogenesis inhibitors. So we I'd isolate, and this is just an aside, but we put these different molecules that I was isolating in these little tiny systems, and we had bioassays to study blood vessel growth. But you know, we wrote this paper in 1976. We also wrote a companion paper with it in 1976 to the journal Science. This was in Nature, the other was in Science, and that Science paper was the isolation of the first angiogenesis inhibitor. It still took, and gives you the idea, medicine doesn't move real fast. So the discovery, this was a 1976 paper, both of them, it took 28 years and literally billions of dollars in work by many companies, including Genentech and others, before the first blood vessel inhibitor was approved by FDA. But starting in 2004, something remarkable happened. And this may be hard to see, the slide in the back, but what you see is starting in 2004, 28 years after these papers, one after the next blood vessel inhibitor is approved by regulatory authorities. Avastin, which is the first of these, actually is probably the second most widely used biotech drug in history. It's been used for treating all kinds of cancer. Also, before this, and there are many others that have been approved for other kinds of cancers, as this table shows. And by the way, you could keep seeing these approvals up till today. There have even been 3 approved this past year, as you see on the bottom. But the thing is that not only can you now use these to treat cancer, but if any of you, and I hope you don't, get diseases of blindness in the back of your eye, like what's called macular degeneration or diabetic retinopathy, before this there were no medical treatments for those diseases using molecules. There was lasers that sometimes people used. But now these drugs like Lucentis and Eylea are by far the most widely used ways to treat these diseases of blindness. They're also what are called blockbuster drugs, and they, in some cases, can reverse the blindness. At any rate, going back to drug delivery, after I did that drug delivery, as I was working on the drug delivery project, I also would get asked, as professors are, to give lectures at scientific meetings. So the first time I ever gave a major lecture was in 1976. It was to a very distinguished audience of chemists and engineers at Michigan. And before that, the only kind of talk I had really given was in 8th grade. And that didn't go real well. I remember rehearsing that talk over and over again. It was only a 90-second talk into my parents' mirror in the bedroom. So so what happened is the next day I got up and I gave that talk. I thought I'd memorized it pretty well, but anyhow, I started to give it, and I did okay for the first minute, and then I just could not remember the next word. So I stood up there for another minute, just like frozen, until finally my 8th grade teacher told me to sit down and gave me a not very good grade. It was actually an F. By the way, I brought the speech today, so I won't do that. But anyhow, when the Michigan talk came, I gave it, and that was a 20-minute talk. I kept giving it over and over for several weeks into a tape recorder, and when I gave that talk, I thought, now I'm 27 years old. I thought I did much better. I didn't forget too much what I was going to say. I didn't stammer too much. So I thought when I was done with this talk, all these older scientists, being nice people, would want to encourage me, this young guy. But when I got done, I stepped off the podium, and a whole bunch of them said, "We don't believe anything you just said." And what they said was not too dissimilar to what people had said earlier, that the large molecules were just too big to get out of any little particle. Like I said, it's like we're too big to walk through a wall. And they also said that the solvents we were using, which are called organic solvents, ethanol or methylene chloride, they destroy any of these sensitive molecules. So that was kind of discouraging. And as Maria said, that I tried to receive funding to get grants, and my first 9 grants were rejected. I remember one of the grants that I wrote to the government, NIH, the reviews came back, well, Dr. Lang, we shouldn't fund this. Dr. Langer is an engineer. He knows nothing about biology and even less about cancer. I remember thinking to myself, I knew enough about math to know that was hard to be true, but nonetheless, that's the kind of reviews that I got. And also, I love being a postdoc. For me, being a postdoc as an engineer in the hospital was almost like being a kid in a candy shop. I learned so much. But a lot of my friends said it's probably not good to spend your whole life being a postdoc. So I did apply to faculty positions in chemical engineering. But when I applied, I got no offers. I got interviews a few times, but then what all of them said to me was that this bio stuff you're trying to do, that makes no sense for chemical engineers. They said, you should be doing energy or something else or oil. So I didn't get any jobs. So then I ended up getting a job in the nutrition department. And the reason I got it, the head of the department, he knew Dr. Folkman and knew me, and he was what I'd call a benevolent dictator kind of department head, meaning that since he liked me, he offered me a job, but he didn't bother to ask anybody else in the department what they thought. And that might have been okay, except for one thing, which was the year after I joined the department, he left. So a lot of the senior faculty decided to give me advice, and they said I should leave too. And just to tell you a story on that, a few years ago I got another award, and they asked one of my close friends, Mike Marletto, he's a very famous chemist. He was head of Berkeley's chemistry department and later head of Scripps, member of the National Academy of Science in the US. And he was giving a speech, and I just took a little quote from it. It was actually published, and I'll just read this to you. He said, "One evening I went to a faculty dinner at a Chinese restaurant with me and some senior MIT professors. He said, a senior scientist said, quizzing us while smoking a cigar. He said, when the older scientist heard my concepts for drug delivery, he blew a cloud of smoke in my face and said, you better start looking for another job. So that wasn't so good either. But actually, I'm still at MIT, so I guess it was okay. So another thing that Dr. Folkman once said to me, he said, Bob, you know, when we did this work, we should file a patent. You know, that might seem, when you heard Maria's introduction, that very common that we do that. But you know, in the 1970s, I had 0 patents, and Boston Children's Hospital, which is a very good hospital, they had 0 patents too. So we filed for one for the first time. And 5 years in a row, the patent examiner rejected it. And I remember the people at the hospital coming to me and saying, Bob, you are wasting so much money, just give up. But I don't like to give up. You can probably tell that by now. And so I started to think of other ways to get the patent allowed, you know, legally, of course. And science really wasn't working that much. So I wondered, you know, when I started doing this work, I told you that everybody said that this was impossible, it could never work. So I wondered, maybe somebody wrote that down. So you can do what's called a science citation search, meaning that now we're in 1982 after 5 years of rejections. So I looked back at our 1976 Nature paper to see who quoted it and what they wrote. And I found actually a number of interesting quotes. It's always interesting to see what people say about you. But let me just show you one of them, which was, I thought, very helpful for getting a patent. This is for anybody that wants to get a patent. This is a good thing to know. So basically, these were 5 of the, I had no idea this was written, but these were 5 of the top chemists in the world, material scientists, and they wrote, describing this field in 1979, that generally the agent to be released is a relatively small molecule with a molecular weight no larger than a few hundred. One did not expect that large molecules could be released because of their extremely small permeation rates. However, Folkman and myself have reported some surprising, so surprising I thought was a really good word for a patent examiner, results that clearly demonstrate the opposite. So I showed this to our lawyers and the people at the hospital, and they flew down to Washington to show it to the examiner. And the patent examiner said, gee, I had no idea. He said, I tell you what, I will allow this patent if Dr. Langer can get written affidavits or written statements from each of these 5 people that they really wrote this. It's a true story. I remember, so I wrote them all, and you know, I was just this young guy, and they were all nice enough to write me back that they really wrote it. And what happened was we got this really broad patent in 1983, and that was the first time that that was allowed. And so then, you know, like I say, I was doing all this work, and I've always, to me it was important that what I did wouldn't just lead to scientific papers. I mean, I'm thrilled that what Professor Stroma mentioned in the beginning, that our work has been largely cited by the academic community. But it also means a great deal to me that what we do makes a difference in the world. And certainly helping other scientists, you know, advance fields is great. But I also have always had this dream and passion that the work we do also makes it into the world to help people. And so I was excited that after 10 years of doing this, sort of feeling in the wilderness, that a couple very large multi-billion-dollar companies called me up and said, well, they'd like me to consult for them and try to develop this area. So I mentioned the patents, and they said, well, we want to license them, and we want to give you a grant and a consulting fee, and we're going to put several people in our companies to work on it. And I thought this was wonderful. But what happened was, with these 2 large companies, they did that maybe for a year, but they didn't get exactly the results they wanted, so they gave up. So what happened was, one of my good friends, a couple years later, Alex Klebanoff, said, Bob, we should start our own company. So I got 4 of my students who had worked in this area, and we started this little company called Enzatech, which later merged to form Alkermes. And because of that company, and actually others that licensed our patents or used our principles, today there are all kinds of products based on these concepts and patents that I mentioned. And some of them are shown here. They're probably used to treat over 100 million people every year. They range from some of the most common treatments for opioid addiction, like Vivitrol, to new cancer treatments like Lupron Depot. And see, if you didn't put them in these particles to protect them, they would just get destroyed. But like Lupron Depot, for example, that's developed by Takeda, which is a Japanese company we had an arrangement with. that would get destroyed in seconds. So that little microsphere, that gets injected once every 6 months. But all these end up being used, new treatments for schizophrenia, for pain, drug-eluting stents, which are widely used, probably one of the most common ways of treating heart disease. Another big advantage is if you deliver these drugs locally, like the way the drug-eluting stents work, is you take Taxol, which is a drug that's very toxic. It's an anti-cancer drug, actually. But you can, if you deliver it locally, you can get 1/1000th the dose and keep blood vessels open after heart disease. At any rate, so like I say, a lot of these end up being used. But we kind of go back and forth, and like companies, of course, are creating these products, but we still try to figure out how to solve basic problems in academics. And going back to the MIT lab, one of the things that we saw when we made really tiny particles, like Maria was talking about, nanoparticles, is that they run into several problems. Even though you can get delivery, they aggregate because they're so small, they can stick together like wet sand. And also there's cells called macrophages, and they just eat these little particles. So we came up with a coating with polyethylene glycol. We did this, others have done this too. Vladimir Torchlin was one of the people who did a lot of work with us, and we published this again in Science about 30 years ago. By the way, polyethylene glycol is actually, if anybody has problems going to the bathroom, there's a drug called, or not even a drug, called Miralax. And that, so it's, should be a fairly safe thing. Anyhow, this coating helps prevent the drugs from being eaten, and I thought I'd illustrate that with a video, not one that I made, but Nova, the TV show in the US. They came to our lab once and did some filming, and they explained this so much better than I do, so I'll just show you the video.
It starts with a nanoparticle of anti-cancer drug. That gets encased in a plastic that releases the drug over time. That, in turn, gets a special wrapping that disguises the package as a water molecule to fool the body's immune system. And last but not least, the address where it should be delivered, a key that will only fit the lock of cancer cells.
I should tell you that a lot of the clinicians I work with tell me it doesn't blow the cell up quite like that. But you get the idea. So again, how do you get these to help people? Well, let me just give you one example. In 2010, myself, Derek Rossi, Ken Chen, and Nubar Afeyan had the idea that we could create a company by putting what's called messenger RNA in nanoparticles. As Maria mentioned, we called that company Moderna. There's a dogma that says DNA makes RNA makes proteins. By 2010, protein therapeutics and vaccines had led to many medical treatments, but they could often take a long time. I mean, a classic example is if you have flu vaccine, you take eggs and you grow them up, it takes over a year, and so it's a lot of guesswork as to what vaccine you make against H1N1, H1N2, because it just takes so long. But if you used, so there's a long time manufacturing procedure, but our thinking was if you could take messenger RNA, protect it by putting it in a nanoparticle, inject it into the body is the factory, right? The body does all the work. So then you could just, rather than use the protein as a starting point, you use the messenger RNA as a starting point. And you not only could you do these things much more rapidly, but you could also treat, we thought, diseases you could never treat before, like ones where that could enable new intracellular membrane-bound proteins. So by 2020, Moderna had 13 products in clinical trials, including 8 vaccines. Then COVID happened. And I just want to show you the power of this technology. So this is a real timeline. So the Chinese scientists published the virus genetic sequence in January 11th. It took less than 2 days for the Moderna scientists to design the vaccine. Then, put it in the nanoparticles, manufacture it, send it to our clinical partner at the NIH. And the first patient was tested just about 2 months later. So within another 2 months, this is March, now we'll go to May, we had the initial clinical data. And I thought, I think other people at the company thought, I'm on the board of directors of Moderna, but as well as helping start it, but I thought it looked good and it was exciting. But you know, in science, and this is sometimes a sad thing to me, and of course this is not only science but business, a lot of people ridiculed the data. In fact, let me show you the front page headlines of my local newspaper, the Boston Globe. This is now May 19th May 19th of 2020, 2 months after the start of the trial. So the front page headlines is, "This is not how you do science," with my picture on the front page. So at any rate, this sort of little surprising reception. But I want to just go 6 months later. So as I mentioned, I'm on the board, and what we did, and people that follow medicine know probably about clinical trials, but you do phase 1 trial, that was this, then what's called the phase 2 trial, but the key trial is the phase 3 trial. Here we did 30,000 patients, 15,000 with placebos, 15,000 with the vaccine, and it's a double-blind study, so you don't know who gets what. But finally, so this 6 months later, the code was broken, and they told us the results. And I remember sitting in the boardroom on a Sunday, and the results were quite striking. Not a single person in the treated group died. Not a single person in the treated group even went to a hospital, and it was 94 to 95% effective. There was another nanoparticle mRNA vaccine by BioNTech and Pfizer, and that also was quite effective, about 91% effective. Here, just to show you, this is the Moderna vial, and just to show you one example of the clinical data and why people should get vaccines is from the CDC. There are many other things. You can look at New England Journal of Medicine papers, but this is just one time point, and it's not overrepresentative, but you compare unvaccinated to vaccinated with no booster to vaccinated with a booster, and shows the remarkable efficacy of the vaccine. And this will continue, whether it's for COVID or for other vaccines or other therapeutics with messenger RNA. So while Moderna is an example of how basic research from academics can lead to new treatments, we continue in our MIT lab to develop, I hope, new technologies of the future. One example of this is about 10 years ago, I was visited by a very successful software entrepreneur. Let me just show you a picture of him and me in my office. That's me, and there you see the software entrepreneur. For those of you that don't recognize him, it's Bill Gates. And you may know that he's very interested in helping people in the developing world, which we are too. And he asked us, could we help adapt some of our science for purposes like this? So one issue is that people often don't come back, now we know it for the United States, but in Africa, for example, people rarely come back for a second, injection. So he said, is there some way we could develop what we call a self-boosting vaccine, where you might be able to just take one injection and get multiple boosts, like if you look at the graphs on the right. So what we did is we created a new printing process to place vaccines in the center of nano or microparticles. You look at the bottom picture. And then by changing the thickness of the coating or its chemical composition, you think of these as tiny little eggshells. We could make them crack at different points in time, like 1 month, 2 months, a year. So we did that. Anna Jakulenik led that work. And here what you see is one injection with 11 different boosts, at different times. You can program them to be any time frame you want by changing, like I say, the thickness or the composition. We're also working with Mark Prausnitz, who is one of my former students, to put these little self-boosting vaccines in microneedle patches, which a number of places are now working on. And so the idea is when you make these patches, they don't go very deep, so it doesn't really hurt much. And then you could put them, they look like little even Band-Aids on the left. And the idea is someday we hope to be able to ship these all over the world, or people could ship them all over the world to treat these diseases. So, another area that I also started thinking about, and Professor Stroman mentioned this, involves creating brand new materials. And working in a hospital, I noticed that almost every material that would be used in medicine wasn't designed for medicine. It was usually a medical doctor trying to solve a medical problem and going to their house to find some material that kind of resembled the organ or tissue they were trying to fix. And then they'd use it in a patient. So in the case of the artificial heart, what happened is they actually, to make an artificial heart, they wanted to have something that had a good flex life. So they asked what object, this is 1967, has a good flex life? And they said a lady's girdle. So that's what they picked, the material in the lady's girdle to make the artificial heart. But you know, when you start down that path, that from an FDA or regulatory standpoint, it's very hard to change. So you know, now we're 55 years later, and the artificial heart's still made out of the lady's girdle. And one of the big problems is that when blood hits the surface of that, the lady's girdle material, that forms a clot, and that clot goes to the patient's brain, they get a stroke and they die. But if you think about it, something was designed to be a lady's girdle, you know, it may not be the optimal blood contacting material. Breast implants, for example, one of those is a mattress stuffing. So I started thinking that, you know, maybe being a chemical engineer, rather than go to your house, you could do chemical engineering design. Ask what you really want in a new material from a chemistry standpoint, biology standpoint, and engineering standpoint, and then design it from scratch. And I remember when we first came up with this, a lot of people criticized it, but I had some terrific students, and we developed a number of new degradable materials this way, one of which has led to a new treatment for brain cancer that's been used for now the last 26 years in over 30 countries. And the last sort of scientific point I wanted to mention, it really goes back to what Professor Stroma mentioned in the introduction. Rather than use this kind of approach, take materials, what if we could combine materials with cells to create new tissues and organs from scratch? This is a paper in Science that we wrote that was been cited over 8,000 times now, and it really details that you could take any cell type, including stem cells, and make them into one of these, put them on a certain type of scaffold, and it won't go into all the science, but you could make virtually any tissue or organ. So, at any rate, today, this concept is kind of the basis for making, as Professor Stroma mentioned, many tissues and organs on a chip. Let me just show you a couple of quick examples. If somebody gets burned, you can now make artificial skin. I'll illustrate that. Here's a little boy who's very badly burned. But you can take the product, which are neonatal skin fibroblasts, put it in the scaffold, and it looks like this. You can cryopreserve these. You can put it in the child at the time of injury. If you come back 3 weeks later, he's doing better. If you come back 6 months later, he's pretty much healed. And these are now approved by FDA for diabetic skin ulcers and also burns. And also, you can make organs and tissues on a chip, which may someday, I believe, really reduce animal testing and human testing and enable you to do what I call high-throughput analysis for new drug development. Just to illustrate that, a couple of my students, Gordana Vunyak and Milika Ritzik, professors at now Columbia and Toronto, made a heart on a chip, starting in our lab many years ago. And you can take heart muscle cells and you can put them on these scaffolds and it'll have the right structure. You can even take a video, and let me show you the video of a heart, 6 million cells on one of these chips, but they'll beat as one. We're not shaking this either, but you can see it beating. And you can even take a EKG of these, or you can use it to do drug testing. And I just, on this last technical slide, was just going to show you that we're working on many different ones. Professor Stroma mentioned that you could do spinal cord, but we've also worked on cartilage, gastrointestinal tract, hearing loss, brain, heart, with Julie Andrews on vocal cords. I mean, she's not doing the science, but at any rate, she's been a big supporter. And so someday I hope you'll see many of these helping either people or accelerating drug discovery. So finally, I just wanted to say a word or two about my personal life. I've been very lucky. I've been married for over 34 years to my wife, Laura. I met Laura, she was a roommate of one of my students, and I'd seen her running in the track where I also ran for exercise. And I've been really lucky. She's not only my wife, but my best friend. And she's also a very straightforward person, so I know exactly where I stand all the time. And I also have three wonderful children. Michael, who's here, and his best friend Livia is also here. Susan in the middle. She's not able to be here. She just gave birth to our first grandchild on Friday, and last Friday. And Sam, who's there, and Sam and his wife Ria are also in the audience today. And so I'm delighted that they were able to accompany me here. And finally, I just feel, so lucky that I've had such a great staff, people working with me at MIT, fantastic students, postdocs, and collaborators. I've seen over 1,000 of my students get great jobs, and approximately 400 are professors around the world. And I view them, my students and postdocs, as kind of like an extended family. I'm really proud of them. And one person gets an award, but it really, it's really all of them that deserve that, and that they've given me so much support and have done such great things. So I just want to say finally that I'm really so honored to receive this award and to have had this wonderful opportunity to share my research, my struggles, and my dreams with all of you. Thank you so very, very much.
So thank you very much, Dr. Lange. This is tremendously exciting to listen to. The floor is open for questions from the audience. Are there any questions, whatever questions related to the talk? Börge, please start. Or you,
I'll also repeat the question if it's okay.
you can speak out loud. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lange. Exciting data. I think the entire audience agree with me. And you presented us with the fireworks of innovations and ideas. And I'm going to ask you a very hard question. Which of all those innovation and ideas, and some you might not have told us about yet, I'm sure there are some, do you expect to be most transformable? Methodology, principles for the improving of people's lives in the future?
Yeah. Well, that's a very good question. Sometimes people have asked things like that, and I almost feel like they're asking which is my favorite child. but I will give you an answer. I think really, if I look back, I mean, of course, it's not just one paper, but if I had to pick the thing that started it, was probably the work in the Nature paper in 1976 on delivery large molecules. I mean, we've certainly followed that up, as have many others, with improving it far more than I would have imagined. But I think that has enabled, like I said, without that, we wouldn't have the messenger RNA vaccines. We wouldn't have a lot of these other treatments for, certain types of cancer or heart disease. So I think probably that, and I believe that, and I hope that that will continue to be improved. There's so many challenges that we haven't met, better ways to target nano or microparticles to specific cells, ways to cross through barriers like the blood-brain barrier or others. But I suppose that one, and like I say, it's enabled things like discovering these blood vessel inhibitors, which those themselves are expected to affect the lives of 500 million people. So I'd probably answer that, but it's a tough question. You're right. I could go over a lot of things. We have new. I mean, there I wouldn't know where to start. I probably have in my bag some new pills new delivery systems we're designing. For example, with the Gates Foundation, that's funded us. We now have materials that we've designed where you could swallow a pill for the entire course of treatment, like to make it last, even though it's a pill, make it last for a week or a month, maybe even a year. We're also working on pills, and some of this has been published in journals like Science and Nature. We're also developing pills, and Novo Nordisk has supported this work, and it has it now in clinical trials, that you can have a little swallow something, and rather than give an injection in the arm, which people normally do for insulin, but that you'll get an injection in the stomach, which you won't even feel. And so, but I mean, again, I wouldn't know where, and we're putting even biosensors in some of these chips, at some of these pills too, so that we can follow maybe what's going on. But there's probably a lot that I have a lot of smart students, so they're working on a lot of these things.
Peter. Peter first.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lange, for this very nice presentation. And you, Maria, you gave us both an impression that we could understand at least part of it. I have a question concerning the eggshells or the polymer scaffolds. How many different substances do you have to use for the different application? Are these 5 or 10 or 100?
Yeah, well, that's an interesting question. And so let me do the eggshells and the scaffolds. They're a little bit different, but one of the materials that we use for the eggshell one, for the what I'll call the self-boosting vaccines, it's actually the same material, lactic glycolic acid copolymer. We use that for two reasons. One, it's now approved by the FDA and other regulatory authorities for various delivery systems, some of which I showed on those pictures, like Lupron Depot or others. So that's, but you might ask, how can you change its properties? So the beauty of polymer chemistry is you can change it several ways. One is by making a copolymer. So lactic glycolic acid, as you increase the amount of lactic acid, if you had pure polylactic acid, it would take 2 years to dissolve. But as you add more glycolic acid, it can actually dissolve in even a much shorter time, like a month or less. The other way, there's also several other ways you can change it, like the molecular weight of the polymer. The higher you make the molecular weight, the longer it takes. So that, and there are other ways to change it too, sometimes by changing certain end groups. So chemically, you can actually use the same material, but just different ratios or different molecular weights. And we also use that material a lot for the scaffolds, though there we've also designed other materials and gotten them approved for FDA. So in the scaffolds, lactic glycolic acid, we always try to start with the simplest thing first, but some cells will not adhere very well to that. So what we've done is make new materials by, rather than glycolic acid, we substitute like lysine. There you can do, for the chemists in the audience, what's called a carbodiamide reaction to put different amino acid structures on it that will make cells stick to it. And in what Professor Stroma showed earlier with the patients walking with the spinal cord repair, that's a material we use. But for a lot of them, if we can use lactic glycolic acid, we'll use that. And then we've also developed like polyanhydride polymers and others, again, depending on the application.
I can sort of understand how you might have something which has a continuous slow release of a substance. But if I got it right, you said that you could actually program it so that it releases after 1 month or after 2 months. How do you do that?
Yeah, well, so that's a very good question, and I probably didn't explain that enough. And we've actually done a lot of microscopy to look at it. But the way I think about it is an eggshell cracking. What you could think about is when the material is degraded enough, all of a sudden it breaks and the contents just come out. And that's basically what we've done. So the eggshell model, I think, is pretty good way to think about it. And when you look at the microscopy, that's what you see. All of a sudden, the thing is basically broken and the contents come out very sharply, like you saw on the graph.
Well, it's a question that is related to the same issue. I mean, basically, you would like to find out whether you have a unique kind of universal mechanism that turns on or turns off this clock. Are you going towards that goal too, or is it going to be like Mr. Suter was saying, you will have at least 100 different mechanisms that will help?
Okay, well, so that's a good question too. So we have different mechanisms depending on what you're trying to do and what your goals are. So in the case of the self, so if you want to just have it to be pre-programmed, let me make a distinction between pre-programmed, which is what I think you asked, and there, and again, we're trying to do that for the developing world, so you want it to be very inexpensive. So that's why we use that. But we also, and we published this and I didn't put this in the talk, but we also have created what I'll call a microchip device, which I think will address what you're saying. So, and the idea of the microchip device is we actually can program it electronically. So what we have done, it starts with a paper in Nature in 1999, and then going to clinical trials even in 2013. So the idea there is we have this is inorganic materials. We actually have either a gold cover or some other alloys over wells. And the idea is that if you use a certain frequency, you can actually make that gold dissolve. And you can make that happen pretty quickly. So what we did in some of these papers, including even studies in humans, is that you can do this little implant in the body, and the drug is stored underneath the gold, and we might maybe have 200 wells. And so each one of them is actually being explored as for birth control. So the idea, I'll just pick that as an example. So there, again, one of the issues in the developing world is, could the woman have control herself or the healthcare worker about whether they're having birth control or not? And so there's interest in, could you make something, have a birth control implant that might last, like Norplant, but have it last for a lot longer, maybe 17 years, but have the woman have the power to turn it on and off whenever she wants. So the idea is you have a little chip, it's got 200 wells, each well is covered with gold, each well also underneath the gold has a 1-month supply that can be delivered linearly of levonorgestrel, the birth control drug. So the idea in that case is you have a program that you set up, and the program will cause the first well to dissolve at time 0, the second well to dissolve at 30 days, the third well to dissolve at 60 days, and so forth, all the way up to 17 years. Now, let's say somebody changes their mind. Well, you kind of just wave this wand. It's actually true. They're actually doing this. But it's an so you actually wave this wand, and it turns off the program. She changes her mind about 3 years later, you wave it, you have a different one, and the program goes back on. That's just an example, but I guess the point I'm making is you could do it either way. You could do it pre-programmed, like you said, but again, that goal is to make it incredibly cheap. We want the others to be as inexpensive as possible too, but it's a little more sophisticated to have it pre-programmed. Thank you.
Fantastic. We will allow for one more question, and I know there are many people who would like to ask more, but you will have the opportunity during the coffee break with one more question over there.
Thank you very much. Professor Lange, you showed us this slide with all the different organs to be grown in the Petri dish currently. So, and I think including brain as well, which makes me always wonder what a brain in a dish might think about. But that's actually a different question. No, I actually wonder about, currently we are still trying to mimic the human body, but do you actually think about improving the human body when you grow organs in a dish? You have the potential to make evolution in a Petri dish to optimize maybe surfaces or the function of organs.
Yeah, well, that's a fascinating question. So certainly that's come up. We're settling for just healing people, but you're raising an interesting point. That maybe you could make them better someday than they would be normally. That's certainly possible. I think I still feel we're at the early stages of trying to recapitulate, whether it's a brain or something else, and make them as good as an animal or person. Someday what you say may be possible. Then I think there'll probably be all kinds of ethical questions as well, obviously. But it's certainly an interesting point. I guess my answer, and I'm not trying to dodge the question, is that we're still so early, I think, in the process that we're trying to figure out just how to make them good enough rather than better. But someday maybe that could happen too.
We will allow for one final question from our chairman.
Thank you. Speaking as an economist, which is a kind of species very dangerous these days, I have this question, and maybe we might talk privately. You have science, you have technoscience, and this terminology is not accepted widely. You have technology, you have innovation, and you have production. All these stages are really complicated indeed. And as far as I have got exactly, you have had an admirable side that the end should be the utilization of such innovation to give better life or results for persons, which means also to have innovation and production at the end. So how was your collaboration, even if I think I've got more or less how was your collaboration among science, technoscience, technology, innovation, and production? It's not, for me, it's crucially. In 2017, we had here the meeting of the G7 Academy, Science Academy, and I suggested that it was very important to stress these stages, but I haven't had so much success, because at the end, production, innovation is another thing. I don't think so. What do you think about that? We might discuss about this matter also privately, but I think it's a focus point for economists, at least.
Yeah. Well, I may not fully understand the question, but let me give you at least my perspective to the extent that I do understand it. You know, and from the vantage point that I've been involved in it, which is what I'll call startup companies, Moderna included. So I think what you're saying is just incredibly important. You know, to me, the interaction between different groups, I mean, you know, when you try to create these companies from scratch, you have many different, you know, there's science, there are business people, there are, you know, clinicians, there's many different things that have to come together to be successful. And so I think what you're saying is really important. I think ultimately, I think it also takes great leadership. And I don't mean leadership from me, you know, often the CEO of a company ends up being very, very critical, and the boards of those companies can play a role. But like I say, to the extent that I understand your question, I think figuring that out is really important. I'd add to that having been involved in startup companies as well as academic science, you know, some of the companies that I've gotten involved in starting have done, you know, very well, I'd say, by standards. Moderna is an example, but Momenta and Alchemies and others are also examples. But some have done terrible, and that's, I think, and I always give the credit to the leaders, you know, rather than, because the leadership of bringing these different things together ends up being very important. I'd add to what you said, and maybe this might be a little bit useful, that that one of the things that we've talked about at MIT and Phil Sharp, who's actually a Nobel Prize winner in medicine, and myself wrote an article in Science in 2011 about what we call convergence, which also relates to what you said. And just to put it in an academic disciplinary way, you know, if you go to almost any university for many years, you know, there's a building for chemistry, there's a building for mechanical engineering, a building for English, and so forth. And I think, to the point you're making, one of the things that we try to advance is that that's certainly one model, and we don't, you know, and maybe that'll continue, but it also might be nice to have buildings that are, you know, do have convergence, where many disciplines are represented so that people will talk to each other, you know, and so like the building that I'm in actually has both biologists and actually 7 different engineering disciplines. And I mean, and it's not just that the professors talk to each other, much more important are that the students and postdocs talk to each other. So I think that what you're raising, I mean, could easily be expanded into things like that that might help at the younger stage of getting people together. But I think you're asking a very interesting question. I'd be happy to talk privately about it as well. But this is my 2 cents. Thank you.
We have a coffee break now to encourage discussions on the subject, and we reconvene at 11:35. Thank you very much. Okay. I give the floor to Sir Clothing of the General Prize Committee to illustrate the next winners, which are Dorte Dahl Jensen and Johannes Hans Orlemann. Please.
Back. We have to go back.
Okay.
No. Yeah, thank you. It is a great pleasure to introduce today, a beautiful day here in Rome, the two prize winners in the field of glaciology and ice sheet dynamics. For their joint and complementary fundamental and groundbreaking contributions to the dynamics of glaciation and ice sheet dynamics, and their impact on understanding climate change and mechanism, paving the way to more reliable projections of ice sheet behavior and related changes in sea level change. All these topics are really topics of frontier research, but of course also very important for society. When we talk about System Earth, of course we should not forget to take advantage of its excellent memory and put things in a long-term perspective. And we will hear more about that later on this morning in the presentation of Hans Oerlemans. We also, of course, are aware of the issue of the fate of ice sheets and its impact on sea level change. And that's a very important topic for many countries, including the Kingdom of the Netherlands, where major parts of the country are below sea level, which you might not realize if you land on the airport of Amsterdam, but it's pretty far below sea level. And it's wonderful to have prize winners who have published joint papers on this very important topic in high-impact journals like Nature and Science. Dorte Dahl Jensen is a world leader in ice core drilling. When we talk about ice core drilling, then we immediately speak about you, Dorte. And it's very clear that your work has been seminal in this field, also to basically put European research on a global map. And one can say that in this domain, Europe has really taken the lead due to your major efforts. Team building is extremely important in this domain. This is not a domain where one single person can make the difference. That one single person can make it work. But of course, building a community. And in your case, there are a number of pioneering scientific breakthroughs which are listed here. And I'm confident that you will speak more about that in your own presentation. The organization of this work requires a long-term vision. And again, that requires commitment and passion. And that's very evident from basically everything you have been doing. And that's very evident also that is absolutely necessary if you do complex field work on top of the, for example, the Greenland ice sheets. And in that context, it's a remarkable achievement that together with Hans Oerlemans, you have been vital in organizing this Carthouse summer courses already since 1995. Ice sheets and glaciers in the climate system. And well-known teacher, Professor Kurt Lambeck, you can see he is standing in front of the audience. He was himself a Balzan Prize winner in solid earth sciences. And again, what you put together in this summer schools is really people from different fields, spanning all the way from solid earth to climate. And that's exactly what we need for better understanding of System Earth. Well, community building, of course, is talking about the future of science. And of course, then we also talk, of course, about the young people. And you can see this looks to be a very happy crowd brought together at this school. And it's not only this crowd, but I think it's also evident, as I mentioned to you before, that it's not only the lecturers, but also the people who organize it. And here we see Hans Oerlemans and Dorte a little while ago. But I can tell you they are still with the same inspiration, presenting their things, as you will witness in a few minutes, as how they were sitting there together. When we talk about pioneering work, Hans has been in the domain already right from the beginning. And he was always the first to come up with new ideas. And always linking it immediately, let's say, from the ice till climate, till sea level. And this paper really made a difference. 1982, a model of the Antarctic ice sheet. For the first time, a self-consistent model. And this was really a groundbreaking contribution, followed by many groundbreaking contributions, where he was always the first, like extracting a climate signal from 169 glacier records published in Science. Early work, still highly relevant, still cited a lot. Also, field work, as I mentioned for the case of Dorte, is also crucial for the work of Hans. In this case, digging out the logger box of a weather station in one of his favorite field areas. And I can assure you that when we talk about field areas, it's not only Antarctica and Greenland, but in his case, he is also not forgetting the Alpine glaciers, and that's why he is spending a lot of time in Switzerland. He is also a big advocate of science. You have seen some pictures in the previous presentation about the Balzan Prize winner, which was introduced earlier this morning, talking to the Queen of Britain and also in the presence of US presidents. This is Hans Oerlemans together with our Queen, Queen Maxima. And it's very clear that she looks to be very much entertained, while the president of our research council, who stands in the middle, I must admit that he looks a little bit worried. So I didn't know what you told her, but it's very clear, let's say, that Hans has no problem to go forward and approaching really the people that have some influence. Glaciers Alive, fantastic initiative, also to the outreach of the science. And I was very happy in reading the joint Balzan project of Dorte and Hans, that also Glaciers Alive is a part of this. And I think you will agree with me that we really have a dream team here. And people who are fantastic ambassadors for the science, and I trust also will be fantastic ambassadors for the Balzan Prize in glaciology and ice sheet dynamics. I would like now to invite Hans Oerlemans to take the floor. He will bring us to the long time perspective, 4 billion years of Earth history, including snowball Earth, and of course highlighting the connection of ice and the climate system. Hans, the floor is yours.
Let me see. So this is the just push. Yeah, well, that's not the first one actually. That's the first one. So thank you very much, Professor Kluting. See it? He taught me mathematics 40 years ago. Just a detail. So I'm honored and also slightly frightened to speak here. Ice, I think, is a fascinating substance. It starts with snow crystals. Maybe snow crystals are the nanoparticles for glaciers. But ice, to me, glaciers is also a piece of art. And I'm always impressed by the forms in which this ice appears. This is just a photo from the Vadretta Mortarach in Switzerland,
where I have been working for 25 years. And I also show this picture because my son is on it. He is here in the audience. It's one of the little boys there. My kids are not glaciologists, but they understand my passion. I take them along every now and then. This one you have seen before. This is a picture of when Professor Dahl Jensen, but from now on I will say Doctor, and me were kids. In the beginning of the Katau Summer School, you showed this picture as well. I want to show it just to thank you, Doctor, for all this generous support you gave in the first 10 or 15 years of this summer course. It was a great adventure, and maybe we can go back there together one day and celebrate this. The Master of the Universe has done a very good job, at least for glaciologists, because he has placed the planet on a distance from the Sun that is exactly right for having alternations between glacial phases and a very warm Earth. And it's really quite critical. If you would increase the distance to the Sun with, say, 5%, the Earth would be totally glacialized most of the time. If you will move it a few percent closer to the Sun, we will probably never have any glaciers. But we are kind of in between. So glaciers and ice sheets come and go, and that makes up our job. So that's very nice to see. This is one of my favorite pictures. It's not my picture. It's taken from an article by famous geologists. And it gives an impression of how glaciation appeared during the history of the Earth. The history of the Earth is about 4.5 billion years. And most of the time there were no glaciers, at least no traces. From the geological and geomorphological records, which I have to believe, I'm not a specialist, but I think these are very clever people, they managed to trace down to order former glaciations on the globe. And the most dramatic events were the so-called snowball Earth events, where most of the Earth was covered in snow and ice. These happened for relatively short periods and then long periods without any traces of glaciation. I've tried to give in this diagram a kind of a classification with a glacial index, which is 1, we have a snowball. When it's half, we have what we call an ice age, which the last ice age ended about 20,000 years ago. And we have the present day situation has glacial index 1/4 with ice sheets in Antarctica and on Greenland. And my interest increased more and more towards the very last millimeter of this slide, the Pleistocene, where we see ice sheets come and go, the so-called Pleistocene glacial cycles. This is a deep sea, this is an oxygen isotope record from a deep sea sediment core. I have no time to explain exactly how this works or how this graph has been constructed. I want just to summarize 2 obvious things we see here. The red curve, which shows us that climate has been cooling all the way. 50 million years ago we had a climatic optimum, and since that time it has become colder and colder. And the blue curve, the wiggling curve you see here, is a measure for the ice volume, the total ice volume on Earth. The deep sea sediments don't tell us where the ice is located, but they show the total ice volume on Earth. And you can see that the variations increase in amplitude. And the periods, the duration of a glacial cycle, so this would, at the bottom would be a glacial maximum. LGM means last glacial maximum. On the top we have the present interglacial. So it switches between these 2 states, and the duration of what we call a glacial cycle takes longer and longer. And this has puzzled me, and in fact I did my PhD work on this. I was at that time working at the Royal Netherlands Meteorological Institute, supposing to do research in the field of long-range weather forecasting, but I thought that's not a very promising field. So I kindly slowly slipped away to modeling ice sheets and looking at the longer time scales. And I had a director that kind of didn't mind too much. And at some point he said, you have to write a PhD thesis on this. So my PhD thesis was produced at the Weather Service, actually. And then when I did that, I left to go to the university and be in ice forever. Yes, I did a lot of computer simulation, coupling ice sheets to bedrock movement, trying to get a better description of the coupling between ice sheets and the climate, and trying to fill in some parts of the puzzle, because these glacial cycles that last about 100,000 years are peculiar. The ice builds up slowly with ice caps in northern America and Eurasia, and disappear quickly. So some people talk about the sawtooth shape of the glacial cycle. And I've tried to design computer models that could simulate this. We knew by that time that there was really a link between the varying orbital parameters of the Earth causing insolation variations at high latitudes of 5, 6, 7% that were somehow related to the evolution of these ice sheets. And I've tried to summarize in this graph, this is probably my most complicated graph, which processes are at work there. First of all, the snow line, which is the dashed yellow line here, tells me the state of the climate. Above the snow line, snow can accumulate. So as soon as you have terrain above the snow line, snow will accumulate to form an ice sheet. And when the ice sheet grows, it grows into the atmosphere. We call this the height-mass balance feedback. So it brings its surface higher and higher up in a colder climate. And that's what we call a positive feedback loop that makes the ice sheet grow and grow and grow. Then the bedrock will respond. The ice sheets become a few kilometers thick and the Earth's crust will bend. This will lower the surface of the ice sheet and slow down its growth. But the other processes, like what we call the albedo feedback, the more reflection of solar radiation, which further cools the climate. Carbon dioxide concentration may drop because of lower ocean temperatures, so there are some feedback loops that make the ice sheets grow and grow further. But there are other processes that prepare for decay already from the beginning. And one is accumulation of heat in the ice sheet. There's always coming heat from the Earth's crust, the geothermal heat flux, which normally escapes. It's not a lot, it's 50 milliwatts. But if it cannot go anywhere and you have time, it will increase the basal ice temperature. So at some time, the lower ice layers become warm, the ice becomes at the melting point, and the ice may slide over the bed. And this will make the ice sheet thinner. So that's preparing the ice sheet for decay. If at the same time the snow line is going up because there's an insolation maximum, then the decay can set in. And now we see the curious effect of the bed response. When the ice sheet thins, the bed will of course come back up, but it's delayed. And because of this delay, big lakes will form at the margin of the ice sheets, calving will occur, and the decay will be very rapid. That's in a nutshell how I see a glacial cycle. We still have problems in simulating this process, this full cycle with coupled ice climate geophysical models. But I think these are the most important processes. So when does the next ice age come is always the question, of course. It's a peculiar question, especially since we're all talking about global warming. But there will be a time after global warming, and we can be pretty sure that an ice age will come. We need two conditions. The bed has to be up high again, and insolation has to be a minimum, so that the snow line comes down. And then the next ice age will start. And I take the courage to tell you that I think the most likely time we will have the next ice age is in about 50,000 years from now. So we have a long interglacial to do experiments with the climate system. Personally, I find this my most interesting paper. Submitted in 1985, published in 1984. It's a bit peculiar, but this is possible. About glacial erosion, because most of the time there were no glaciers on the planet, but the time they were there, they were extremely active. Glacial erosion is a very powerful mechanism to shape the landscape. And what I tried to do is, of course there were speculations about the role of glaciers in erosion, but what I tried to do is, by means of computer simulation, to see how long it would take to grow a fjord, for instance. Would it be 5 million years or 200,000 years? So I started to work on that, to construct a computer model that could do this. By today's standards, these computer models would be, students would laugh about them. They're so simple, but you have to start somewhere. And another mechanism that really seems to work is how you build a mountain range by glacial erosion. So on the picture on the right-hand side, you see a simulation where I have a simple valley in a flat landscape, and then I let it glacierize. The glacier starts to erode in the valley more than on the plateau. So the valley will become deeper. But because material is removed, the Earth's crust will come up. And this will increase the erosion in the valley, and so there's a kind of an unstable situation where mountains grow and the fjords get deeper. And this is exactly what you see in all places of the Earth where glaciers have been active. Perhaps Scandinavia is the best known example, but we see this in Patagonia, in Alaska, Western Canada, New Zealand, many places. So I always like to show this picture of the enormous range of conditions and landscape you have due to the action of glaciers. Fjords and deep valleys we see on the globe, almost all of them are due to glacial erosion. I estimate that 95% of all lakes we have on the planet are due to glacial erosion. The best examples close by are, of course, the Lago Maggiore, Como, Garda, all lakes in the Alps, in fact, Scandinavia, northern Canada, North America, all glacial lakes. If you would remove the glacial lakes, we will not have much fresh water, actually. Now I make a huge jump to a different time scale. The dripping glaciers, I call the dripping glacier story. This is the snout of the Vadretta Morteratz glacier in the Ober-Engadin in Switzerland. And I also show this picture because my daughter is on it, who's also sitting in the audience. And yeah, everybody knows that the glaciers are shrinking. This is, in a way, a sad story. In view of the long-term history of the Earth, it's nothing special. But in view of the short-term history of mankind, it is. In the course of my research, I collected many glacial length records. I took as a criterion that they should start before 1950, 240,000 glaciers, so you cannot have length records for all of them. But those records that started before 1950, which was the year I was born, by the way, there are about 500 records, and I show 20 of them here. I have no time to discuss this in detail, but at the first glance you already see that there's a fairly coherent picture over the globe. Glaciers have been shrinking since about the middle of the 19th century. We see differences in amplitude. Some glaciers like Nygaardsbreen in Norway retreated enormously, others much less. And of course it's the job of a glaciologist to find out whether these differences are due to different climatic forcing or maybe difference in geometry of the glaciers. So that's part of our job to find that out. But of course first you do raw statistics, and the raw statistics show that all glaciers are retreating. This shows the mean retreat of the glacier snout over this period from 1900 till 2010. And you can see it's only a few percent of the glaciers that have become larger. So it's the retreat in meters per year, averaged over this period. So overall, glaciers have become shorter by about 10 meters per year, as an average over the globe. Well, that's statistics, but of course, as somebody with a background in physics, you want to go to describing mechanisms and processes in quantitative terms. And then you find out that little is known about the coupling between climate and glaciers. So there's only one way out, and that's go in the field with weather stations and other equipment to find out about this coupling. And you want to answer simple questions like, when in the upper atmosphere it gets 1 degree warmer, what does it mean for the glacier surface? Is it also 1 degree close to the glacier surface? Does the glacier have a microclimate? Does it melt 10 centimeters of ice per year or 1 meter? So that's when we started to organize big field campaigns. And at this point, I should really acknowledge all the dedication and work of technicians and PhD students and postdocs that made this possible, in fact. But we learned a lot from that. And it also gave the opportunity to turn the statistics into something more advanced, namely design a control method with which you can take all glacier length records into account and the properties of individual glaciers to reconstruct the temperature on the globe. There are uncertainties, of course, but especially so about 20 years ago, there was a big discussion, and many people still didn't believe that the climate was warming. And there was a need for an independent estimate, independent of thermometers, and that could be delivered by glaciers. I have no time to discuss the technique, but this is the answer to the question, what is the most likely temperature signal on the globe that can explain the retreat of glaciers? It's the red curve here. And for the 20th century is in good agreement with the instrumental record, but in this reconstruction, the warming starts in the middle of the 19th century. This has been a big debate in the IPCC, of course. Why? Well, because it makes quite a difference for the interpretation whether the warming starts in 19th century halfway or around 1900. I'm not going to say too much about this, but it was a very welcome addition to the thermometer, so to say, especially because glacier records come from very different part of the world where there are no meteorological records at all. Then I come to one of my babies, Glaciers Alive, together with Dr. Felix Keller. He's working at the Academia Engiadina in Switzerland. We came into this business of, can we protect glaciers? We cannot stop the worldwide glacier retreat and its effect on sea level. That's impossible. There's only one way to do this, and that's to reduce global warming. But there's some special cases, like for instance mountain huts that depend on a small nearby glacier for water supply in summer, that are in trouble, and can we do something there? Or ski areas that use a small glacier for skiing purposes. So we made this foundation and started up some projects, and as Professor Kloeting already said, we will foster this also in the new project, the Balzan project, so to say. This is just an example of how you can protect a glacier. Cover a small glacier with fleece in summer to prevent the snow that has been accumulated in the previous winter to melt away. This has been done in Diavalezza-Föhn, is a famous ski area close to St. Moritz. Maybe it doesn't look like this so much on the picture, but if this little glacier would disappear, the slope would be too steep for skiing, and they would have to rebuild the whole mountain. So they decided to protect the glacier with a fleece cover, and it works. So this small glacier you see on the picture on the left has increased its thickness by now 15 to 20 meters. And then the community of Pontresina, in which this glacier is located, became very enthusiastic, and they asked Felix Keller and me, can you not do the same for the Verdretta Morterach, which is a major touristic attraction? Well, no. On this picture you can see the little glacier that is covered by fleece at the left with the red arrow, and then you see the Verdretta Mortarach. It's a huge scale difference. It's impossible. And also because the fleece cover can only be used on glaciers that are kind of stagnant. As soon as there's movement, the fleece will be destroyed, and it doesn't work. But of course, we have a lot of fantasy, so we thought the best way to cover, to protect glaciers is to let it snow on them. And with traditional snow cannons doesn't work. You cannot make a watering system on a glacier or in permafrost. Snow cannons use a lot of energy, which we don't want. So the idea was to develop a so-called snow cable. It is a cable with snow showers. A cable maybe 700 or 800 meters long. Yeah, and in fact, we came up with this idea, did some tests, some calculations, what it would make for a difference to the glacier, and then indeed we got the support from InnoSwiss to develop a prototype, which we did, as you can see that on the picture to the right. This is a nice system because you don't need energy if you have water at 20 bar pressure, which means that the water should come from 200 meters above. And the expansion system is so effective that it cools the droplets to -40, which means you get spontaneous freezing and you don't need any chemicals to make the snow crystals. And this is kind of ready and waiting for applications. In 1989, I published a paper on projection of sea level. I believe it's the first paper in a peer-reviewed journal about this. And with the red curve here, you can see the sea level projection as you can find in the latest IPCC report. For the specialists, this is the mean for the RCP 2.6 and 4.5 emission scenarios. Doesn't matter. You can see that there is a very small difference between what we predicted by that time and now. And it's sad to say, but in a way, one can say we lost 30 years for the energy transition. Also in that time, I gave hundreds of talks. I spoke to politicians. I was in the Bundestag. I was in the Dutch parliament. Not much happened. Now it's starting up, but so I really feel this as a bit of a disappointment in the confidence in science. But okay, this is the practice. So, glacier retreat will continue. The ice sheets of Antarctica and Greenland will lose mass, and we can be sure that sea level will continue to go up. It has gone up by about 25 centimeters over the past 150 years. Right now, it's the rate of sea level rise is about 4 millimeters per year over the past decade. So there's an increase, and I believe that the increase will become even larger. But just as an educational tool, I always like to present this graph, which perhaps, hopefully, presents an upper limit of what can happen. If you would double the runoff and the production of icebergs from the major ice sheets instantly today, you can calculate what this would mean for sea level. And it would add up to about 80 centimeters in a century. So for me, this is kind of the upper scenario. Of course, to this comes the thermal expansion, which until today takes about half of the job. So, but when we go further and further, the ice sheets will become more important and thermal expansion will relatively become less. Okay, so I have to conclude. This is my last slide, and I want to connect to this, a wish for the younger scientists. When I came to the university, it was a temple of the free thinking. When I look at the university now, it is maybe a bit harsh to say, but it's a kind of a bureaucratic advice bureau where many projects are done with lots of forms, where you have to define the output well in advance. And I feel that for the younger generation, I feel a bit sorry that we have to start in an atmosphere like this at universities. So I hope that we manage to to cut down a bit on the bureaucracy in science, which is at the moment is tremendous. So that's my last statement, and I hope that for the future generation, they may slowly return to the conditions I had when I was a starting researcher. Thank you very much. I give the floor to you and to Dr. Oh, thank you.
Great. Thanks so much, Hans, for a very fascinating presentation. We will have a undoubtedly lively discussion after listening to the presentation of Dorte. We have time for that. And I'm very happy that Dorte will take the floor to basically share with us her findings about looking inside the ice sheet and telling us about her fascinating scientific journey on ice, but also to greater depths, reconstructing the past of the glaciers and telling us about what it means also for the future. So Dorte, we are looking very much forward to your presentation. Floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And first I'd like to thank the Balzan Foundation for selecting me for this prize together with Hans. It was an unexpected honor, and I can't express how glad and happy I am about that. But I'm going to tell a little about ice core research and what it means for the climate, what we have learned from the climate research. So this is a picture we've already seen, but you can see from this picture that I'm holding a piece of ice core, and you can see there's really nice stripes in it. This is ice that is more than 20,000 years old, and we still very clearly can see the annual layers as the distance between the stripes. So I think that's what's extremely fascinating from ice cores. The very high temporal resolution we have in the ice cores, and the ability to look so far back in time, 150,000 years from the ice cores in Greenland. And together with the fact that so many things are totally frozen into the ice core, that we can see what was the temperature back in time, how much accumulation was there back in time, what volcanic eruptions can we see in the airdrops, what the past concentrations of greenhouse gases is. So it's been an extremely rich source of information of the past that nearly all climate researchers has actually used these records in their reconstructions. So I have to choose what to talk about, and to illustrate the high resolution, I'll talk a little about the ECM, which is an amazing simple measurement where you simply drag two electrodes over the ice, as you can see my colleague Anders Svensson is doing there. And just by putting a voltage between them, you measure the current, and this tells you about the acidity in the ice, which is a mean of reconstructing the past volcanic eruptions. Because when you have a big volcanic eruption, you have a high concentration, especially of sulfate, and by this you can reconstruct, we call it a global volcanic aerosol forcing, which you can see on the bottom slide here. So you can see from time to time there are some big peaks going down, and especially year 44 before Christ, we have a big volcanic eruption called the Okmok in Alaska, and we have the Tambora eruption here, 1850. So this is a record of the last 2,500 years, where we look at the past volcanic eruptions. And I'm going to tell a little more about Okmok, because that's especially interesting here, because it's the one we call the Caesar volcano. It's the volcano that kind of led to the end of the volcanic republic, because it had, after the volcanic eruption, there was quite a lot of years with cold summers. On this graph here, you can see the record from the Green Ice Core, from where you can see year 44 BC, there's a strong amount of sulfate in the ice core, showing there was a big volcanic eruption. This is put together with the tree ring record, and you can see following this 44 year, there are about 10 summers where the tree rings are very thin. And this illustrates that it's been cold and dark summers. And we know from reconstructions in a very more recent paper by Joe McConnell, where he's modeled it, that the temperatures were probably 2 degrees colder annually and 4 degrees colder in the summer. And there was a drought there. There was very low precipitation, so there was famine because there was no food in that time. The paper was published together with my husband, J.P. Stephenson, who's also with me today, and also Ice Core climate scientist. So I see this is an example of how the very high resolution ice cores can be combined with other records to tell about what has happened in the past and understand what can volcanic eruptions do with our climate system. So just to try to kind of classify volcanic eruptions, we have the Volcanic Explosive Index, and the Okmok volcanic eruption was a scale 6. It is classified by the amount of erupted tephra into the atmosphere, and we can see how much damage and how many hundred thousands of people died because of this event. One of the bigger events we can see, I don't know what's happened there with the pink, but is one of the bigger volcanic eruptions we can see is Tambora, which was further back in time, and was a bigger volcanic eruption in Indonesia. And in the ice cores, we see Toba 74,000 years ago as one of the biggest eruptions we see. And when you look at the ice cores and look at the frequency of these big eruptions, we can see they happen about every 50,000 years. We still have so few of them that it's difficult to exactly decide. It's all statistics, something you know very well in Italy, that it's difficult to predict when the next volcanic eruption would be. But this ends my case 1, that volcanic eruptions are seen to be able to darken and cool the atmosphere, most of them only for some years, but the bigger ones like Toba can be really serious for our climate system. So when will the next one happen is important. So I'll go to my second case and go and look at the long climate records we have from the Greenland ice cores. Here you can see a record starting 140,000 years ago and going to the present at 0, and it's the stable water isotopes where we measure a proxy for the past temperature on the Greenland ice sheet. You can see on the climate record that the last 11,700 years is our present interglacial period, a very warm and stable period. But if we go further back in time, we go into the glacial period where you see that it's colder but much more unstable, and we see big climate changes with increases of temperature of 15 degrees over less than 100 years. So the climate can be more unstable just internally than we see now. But if you go back to the last interglacial, from 115 to 130,000 years ago, we see the previous Eemian period, where we from over Greenland can see that the temperature was 5 degrees warmer than the present. So this is a very, very interesting climate period, because that's what we are facing now, a warming climate. So the obvious question is, how much of the Greenland ice sheet melted away during this period? And we see that being 5 degrees warmer for about 8,000 years, Greenland, the elevation or the thickness of the Greenland ice sheet decreased with 400 meters of the 2,600 meters we have. And we actually see that we have ice from the Eemian ice core, from the Eemian period, in all our ice cores from North Greenland to South Greenland. So our conclusion is that Greenland at most lost 25% of its mass, causing a sea level rise of 2 meters. We know the global sea level rise at this time was 5 to 9 meters. So we know there must have been a very big contribution from Antarctica as well. But the interesting thing is that if you look at the new IPCC report that came out last year, in nearly all the predictions, the temperature over Greenland with the Arctic amplification will be 5 degrees warmer before year 2100. So we are facing the same warm conditions that we had during the Eemian. So we are starting the process of reducing the ice masses and increasing the sea level rise. Luckily, it takes a long time to melt ice, so it's not something that happens tomorrow. But the big question is, do we want to face this, and do we want to continue this game? So I'll turn to my third case, because when we drill right down to the bottom of the Greenland ice sheet, we recover sediments from the bottom of the Greenland ice sheet. It's sediments that's been entrained into the ice, but also direct sediments under the ice. And we've been looking a little into these sediments, and it's super fascinating because when we look at them, we find directly small twigs and pieces of moss and pollen in the ice sheets. They've been preserved there because it's been cold and frozen all the time. So they look totally pristine, but when we try to date the ice and the rocks around them by radiogenic methods, our first estimate is that this ice is probably 1 million years old. So these macrofossils we find in the ice have actually been encapsulated in the ice for 1 million years. So the present Greenland ice sheet is probably 1 million years old. But when we look at this material, we see that it's all remains of a boreal forest. So this is forest we see in North Canada, we see it in South Greenland, and we see it in North Sweden as well. And we know that the coldest months cannot be colder than -17, and the warmest months have to be +10 degrees for such a boreal forest to stand. So if we compare it with the temperatures we have over Greenland now, remembering to uplift the bedrock, as Hans has told you about, our conclusion is that it has to be 10 degrees warmer over Greenland to sustain this environment. So that's the conclusion of the third case, that the Greenland ice sheet has survived many glacial and interglacial cycles, but around 1 million years ago, it's been gone, and there's probably been a warming of 10 degrees at this time. So if we warm the climate with 10 degrees, we're going into a situation where we can actually melt the full Greenland ice sheet away. So again, we can say, is that something we want to do? We have all the ice cores in Greenland, in our freezer in Copenhagen, and it's our program right now to make more investigations of this basal material, because the radiogenic methods are getting so good that we're able to make much better dating with the quite sparse material we have from these 10 centimeter thick ice cores going to the bottom of the Greenland ice sheet. Now I'll turn to the last case here, because if you look at the Greenland ice sheet, you can see that we know that there's a snowfall every year of about 650 gigatons, but we also know it's melting about 820 gigatons. So Greenland is losing these 270 gigatons of mass each year, which is about 0.7 millimeters per year of the sea level rise of 3.5 millimeters per year. But half the mass loss is from melt along the margin under the snow line, as Hans told about, but the other half is actually ice that's streaming out in ice streams from the center of the ice sheet in like an ice flood, cutting its way out through the ice sheet and melting and carving icebergs out into the ocean around Greenland. We don't understand these ice streams very well, so at present we're drilling an ice core through this ice stream. We call it E-Scrip, and we came home from the project this summer. We just have 250 meters to drill before we reach the bedrock, and we want to learn how the water is flowing under the ice stream, how the ice stream is sliding, and how it's cutting itself through the big ice sheet. Because I think this is the biggest uncertainty for knowing what the sea level rise will be into the future, that we don't really know what happens with these ice streams when the climate warms. We know if it warms, we'll melt more along the margin, but the ice streams seem to be accelerating, especially because the ocean is warming, but we also see some ice streams are reducing their velocity. And if we have to bring the uncertainty on the future sea level rise down, we have to look at the ice streams, we have to understand the ice streams. But this also leads me to my very last slide, because what happens when all this fresh water goes out into the ocean? This is something I've started to studying here in the more recent years, where I've also got a position at the University of Manitoba in Canada, and we're starting to work a lot with the communities around the Baffin Bay between Canada and Greenland, because when we get all this fresh water out, both from the melting ice, but also from the increasing precipitation in the Arctic Ocean, we change the ocean circulation, And we also change the conditions for the living resources in the area, the marine mammals, that are very, very important for the northern communities. So I would like to make programs to understand more what happens when the ice melts and what it means for the people living in the north. So this is the very last case. How will these changes change the conditions for the people living in the north? And it is really urgent to reduce emissions of greenhouse gases, so we start to reduce the big changes we already have programmed into the climate system. That would be my message. So I'd like to stop with this slide, and on behalf of both Hans and me, we again would like to thank the Balzan Foundation for this amazing recognition, but we'd also like to thank all the researchers that has been involved in these big programs that we both have done, and especially the biggest thanks to all our young and brilliant students. Without them, nothing of this could happen. So thank you very much.
Thanks, thanks so much, Dorte, for a wonderful presentation and also for these very important take-home messages. We now move to the discussion, and I would like to ask Hans and Dorte to take a seat here at the podium. Yeah, please. As you have noticed, the lunch will start at 1 o'clock. Of course, there's always a little bit of flexibility, but I can assure you that both our prize winners are mentally prepared to take some questions and also some comments. So the floor is open for discussion. Yes, Børge, please. Yes.
Well, I have a question for you, Dorte. So you mentioned the macrofossils found in the ice cores, and I know your focus is not the biological part of the investigations of the Greenland ice core, but I still want to ask you if you could elaborate a little bit. So you pointed out that macrofossils were found in some of these ice cores, but you didn't comment on microfossils. So there are traces of life, obviously, but this life could also be represented by microorganisms, fungi and bacteria. And having in mind that relatively recent information shows that there's some release of microorganisms from glaciers melting in Switzerland, for instance, including a number of pathogenic or at least opportunistic pathogenic bacteria. I wonder if you could comment a bit on your findings, possibly findings together with colleagues more focusing on the biological aspect of the use of this ice core information. Thank you.
We find a lot of smaller things. At least we find a lot of DNA when we look at the basal material, especially in South Greenland at the ice core called Die 3. Together with one of the famous Danish researchers, Eske Willerslev, we have found a lot of DNA, again from boreal forest, but also remains from animal, insects like beetles and butterflies and other things, again, all from a boreal forest. We haven't looked much at directly microfossils yet, but it's certainly something we can do. We know when we go close to the margins and look at the meltwater going through the systems, we find bacteria everywhere, and in general it's known that we find bacteria everywhere. And when you look at the places where we have melt under the ice, for example the big lakes like Lake Vostok in Antarctica, we really find microfossils and things there that have been isolated from the rest of the world for 50 million years. So it's certainly a super interesting field where I don't know how they really will survive when they've been solidly frozen for a long time. I don't know if we need to have melting conditions at the bottom for them to survive. I think you'll have to ask someone who's wiser than me about this.
But a technical comment, there are veins of water in the glaciers, also those which are totally frozen. And this is to support the survival and growth of microorganisms.
Yes, when we look at the Greenland ice sheet, we have sites where it's been frozen the last million years, where the temperatures have been -8 at the bedrock, because together with the drilling of the ice core, of course, we measure the temperature at the bottom, but there are also other sites where the geothermal heat flux has been higher, where we have melting conditions. So we have both environments under the Greenland ice sheet, and in many places in Antarctica, we have melt all the times in the big lakes. So again, I don't know what would happen if it's frozen all the time, that we do have at some places in the Greenland ice sheet.
Yes, you pointed out a very interesting correlation between the eruption of the volcano in Alaska and the situation in the Mediterranean around the Julius Caesar time. I wonder if there are records of something like that in China, because one must find a correlation between what happened in the Mediterranean and China, and China has certainly records of that time, historical records.
I'm sure there is records in China, but you'll have to look at the sediments in the lakes, which would probably be one of the bigger sources, because you don't have big glaciers that have survived for so long time that you would have the records in the same way as the Greenland ice sheet. But if you talk about the shorter time scale, the last 5,000, 10,000 years, we have the glaciers in Antarctica that also covers this period. But for the longer records, I think you have to go to other sources like lake records, which are also strong paleoclimate records.
Another question on row 3.
Middle Ages, I'm referring to human settlements and their disappearance, fit your long-term picture that you have stressed.
So just to repeat the question, you're asking about how the climate record...
And disappearance of settlements in Greenland, which is a well-known historical fact during the Middle Ages, fit the long-term horizon time picture that you have given?
Well, the climate records we get from Greenland fit very well with the occurrence and disappearance of the settlements in Greenland. We know that the Vikings came to Greenland, the northern people, in a warm period, and then we went into the Little Ice Age, where they died out, or they didn't thrive. So we know there's a good correlation.
There's a question from the front row.
Voilà. Paola Antolini, I am a scientific journalist and as well an anthropologist. I wish to thank you for the bright and beautiful presentation. Also to say hello to Professor Maiani, because yesterday I was in CNR as well. But I want to ask both of you to focus also on the anthropological aspect. Since how many years are you working on the subjects? And how many young, brilliant students work with you for this crucial aspect? Also, how many participate to the ice marathon? Thanks to CNR, I visited the Dirigible Italia in the Svalbard Island, so close to Groenland. As we know, it's part of the tectonic part. And it's already possible to see that the famous glacier that is there, that we familiar call the Colosseum, because there's this ellipsoid aspect, he has strongly reduced. Let's say, it's impressive because inside the Dirigible Italia there is the painting, and outside it's possible to see that is shrinking, as you are saying. So voila, thank you both, because they are very beautiful presentation. Thanks to all three and also the organizer. I go back to the...
Thank you. Reactions from both Hans.
Well, how many persons? Well, that's a difficult question. You have students, you have PhD students, you have postdocs. But on a typical field campaign, I would say, and technicians, of course, we would have 20 persons or so. It's probably more in the ice core business. But I also like to mention that I have been working in this field for 40 years, but now I am, I think what they call a pensionado, emeritus. Just to give you an example of science bureaucracy, I'm not allowed to have any PhD students anymore at my university. I'm too old. So on that point I have to say, yeah, I'm still active, but most of the work in my project is done by me. But that may be different for Dorte, because she has a full-scale job, is probably still well paid by the University of Copenhagen.
Dorte, please.
I have a job, and I even have the pleasure of having a research group at University of Manitoba, and also partly working with a group in Copenhagen. But for the field season in Greenland, we are 30 people at all time. We are more than 100 people through the field, the camp during one season, and more than 50% are young students. That's the most important people to have in the camp, and we bring as many young students as we can. And we have people from 14 different nations, so we find it's the most fantastic network, nearly as good as Carthouse. Nearly. So we have a lot of people, and we try to involve as many as possible. The group in Canada has about 100 people, and the group in Copenhagen has about 70 people. So it's pretty good, big research groups, and of course, most of them are young people, emerging scientists.
And you have been awarded a synergy grant from the European Research Council involving a lot of young, bright researchers. There are also 2 questions from row 2, please.
Can I ask about these fascinating ice streams? It just occurs to me that if you have a great deal of fresh water pouring into an area which is, normally sea and therefore saline, what happens at the edges in this area? Does it change the salinity at all, and does it change the temperature? And does that actually have an influence on the environment for the animals and plants and things that live there?
It has an enormous impact. It's areas that are very, very rich of marine mammals and fish, both because of the fresh water, but also because of the nutrients that are brought out with the water from under the ice stream. So they're extremely important fishing areas for the communities living around the north. And that's, of course, also why it's interesting to study what happens as the conditions change and the climate is warming.
We move with the microphone to your neighbor, yes.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Just a little question about a very emotional topic like climate, yeah. Again, my congratulations to the very nice pictures you have showed this morning. The questions are related to simulations and how far back can we look into the past. Simulation, to Hans, are you, with your experience, able to say that we are taking care of all the variables we have, like oceans, we just heard that can changes, or volcanoes and so on and so forth, to make predictions about what the climate is going to do? And to Dorte, how far can we go back in time if we think about what happens on the Earth, maybe millions of years ago, 50 million years ago, when we had a very green everywhere, etc. Are we going to be able to do anything in this direction?
Yeah, these days computer simulation is a very powerful tool, but it's not magic in the sense that you can do anything. And it's fair to say that when you take a so-called state-of-the-art Earth system model, in which you have the ice sheets, you have the climate, you have the ocean currents, you have the bed movement, and you switch it on, and you force it with some insolation variations related to the orbital parameters, you will grow ice sheets at the wrong places, also at the good places, also at the wrong places. So we have mapped the ice extent at the last glacial maximum 20,000 years ago in great detail. And the ice sheets, the Earth system models are not yet able to put the ice sheets in the right places. Very broadly speaking is, of course, they put more ice in the northern hemisphere, in the northern latitudes, and so the rough picture is okay. But for instance, many models grow ice sheets in Eastern Asia, which there were no big ice sheets, we know this. And so it also has to do with the fact that, as Nobel Prize winner Klaus Hasselmann was always saying, you can understand the mechanisms, you can understand the processes. It does not always give you the predictability to how do you say this, to give in detail projections. So there's a certain element of a chaotic behavior in the climate system which you will never catch, and this will also limit, in the end, put some kind of limit to the exactness with which you can simulate climatic states. I think we have to face that. Does it answer your question?
You mentioned 50,000 years ago. The next 50,000 something dramatic is going to happen. It could be 10,000.
Or maybe 1,000.
No, there's some physics behind this. And it's because the orbital parameters of the Earth are such at the moment, the ellipticity of the orbit around the Sun is almost a circle at the moment. It's very small. And that means that the present interglacial is a special one. It's likely to last longer because it takes longer before we have an insolation minimum that is sufficient to initiate the next glacial cycle.
I have a question to Hans. You mentioned this glacial erosion.
Yeah.
And in this context, there is a very heated debate going on what are the causes of the spectacular topography in the southern Scandis mountains of Norway, far away from the plate boundary between Africa and Europe.
Yeah.
So hard to explain by processes inside the crust and the lithosphere. But at the same time, we know now, as a result of seismic tomography, that there is a side lobe of the hot Iceland plume right under that area, producing pretty rapid tectonic uplift.
Okay.
So what would be your feeling about the interplay between what people advocate as sawtooth erosion due to the glaciers, let's say, and this thing, what's going on today, but with a very deep source of hundreds of kilometers down?
Yeah, you know I'm not a specialist here, but of course what I observe is that this mechanisms of fjord formation has been all around the globe. Everywhere where you go, you see this. So it would be quite coincidence if you would have this hotspot everywhere. So I think the major mechanism in southern Scandinavia is, for me, still glacial erosion.
Okay, so the jury is still out on this.
Yeah.
Okay.
I trust my theory.
Okay, further question, yes, please.
Actually, I think there was still a question to you, Dr. Dahl-Jansen, from my, and if you answer that and then ask my question.
Okay, I was actually really happy with your question. I think it's a great question because when we look at the Greenland ice cores, we get 150,000 years back in stratigraphic order, but we know the ice has probably covered the site 1 million years from the material in the bottom. If we look at Antarctica, we have the present stratigraphic records are 800,000 years old, but we do believe that the ice is probably 7 million years old in Antarctica. Again, being able to use dating of the basal material and the radiogenic methods, there are areas where the blue ice comes up in Antarctica where we can date ice that's 2.7 million years old. So I think if we become able to date ice that is unstratigraphic and then measure the climate parameters in this ice material, we'll be able to extend our ice core records really far back in time. And I think that's one of the very exciting and emerging research areas in ice core science. Especially, the fact that, as I think Hans's curve showed, that around 1 million years ago, the glacial cycle of 100,000 years, which is one of the Milankovitch parameters, changed. So if we go further back in time, the glacial to interglacial cycle was 40,000 years. And we don't understand why the climate changed. So it cycled with 40,000 years and then it changed to 100,000 years. And by studying the older material, we might be able to solve this riddle. I think that's very exciting.
Further questions or comments? Yes, please, go on.
So actually it connects exactly to what you were just saying, but this was a question to Hans Ullemans. You showed these glacial cycles, and you hinted at that the variation increases, but also I think the intervals changed, and you walked us through your mechanism of how this works. does this actually already explain increases in the amplitude and the length of the period?
Let me put it this way. If I take the right parameters, my model can do it. But I don't think there's a really solid explanation. Well, in a sense, of course, we have continental drift, which is slow at these time scales. But I have done some model simulations in which you have glaciers building up, ice caps disappearing at the next insolation maximum, so typically every 40,000 years. And then when you shift the continent a little bit northward in the direction of the Arctic Sea, you'll reach a point where the ice sheet can survive a weak insolation maximum. And that means that it cuts off the 40,000 but goes on into the next cycle. So it's almost like, in mathematical terms, like a bifurcation, where you see that a very tiny change in the position of the northern edge of the continent gives a regime change. I always find that a fascinating thing I found ages ago, and I'm not sure it has been taken up very much, but I think this is what happens. It's a regime change which is probably initiated by a small change in the parameters, but we don't know exactly what or when.
I have a question to Hans. Ice caps and loading of ice caps on a crust with finite strength and on the mantle with a finite viscosity have since a long time been used by people in the solid earth community to extract the mechanical properties of, let's say, the upper parts of the earth. Do you see here also, let's say, a detectable signal of differences in the flexural strength of the crust underlying the different ice caps? I can imagine that, let's say, that flexural rigidity is different from Greenland and Antarctica. Is this detectable, let's say, from the observations?
It's even different across Antarctica.
Yeah.
In my model, I had two layers of an elastic plate as a lithosphere with the same properties everywhere, and a visconosphere, an astronosphere viscous, also with the same properties everywhere. Of course, that has been forgotten now, and people do three-dimensional simulations and inversions, especially for Antarctica or worldwide, to find out about this, how we can get the best structure, spatial structure for the viscosity and lithospheric strength to get the best fit with the ice sheet that's on top of it. So this is an interesting field.
And that must also have very important implications, let's say, for sea level change,
Absolutely.
I guess.
But of course, as in many environmental problems, you have so many parameters. It's not a very well determined system, but you have to make the best of it.
That's great. One final question and comment. Yes, please, Dorte.
Sorry for interrupting. That I mean, a very exciting thing is that we have the satellites now, and we have the GRACE satellites measuring the gravitational attraction from Earth, and measuring over Antarctica and Greenland the gravitational attraction from these two big ice caps and the change of them has really advanced the Earth models as well, because it's also showing this very clearly.
Wonderful. Further questions or comments? If not, yes, two more questions, the final questions. Take the microphone, please.
In the Alps, we have a big question on the role of permafrost. Your comment, Dorte.
No, but okay. Permafrost, of course, is widespread in the Alps, but all around the globe, and it is a huge problem that melting permafrost affects the buildings, and even in the high mountains, very expensive ski stations are kind of tilting and so on. But it's a bit of a different field. There's no doubt that permafrost will be reduced by global warming and will cause problems. Will maybe lead to methane emissions in the tundra regions. I'm not so sure about that, but it's not my special. I have to be careful here. I like glaciers more than permafrost for some reason.
You see, the passion is there, but it is, of course, restricted to some things, but with very major implications. Final question, Francis.
I'm just wondering about the ice cores from the Arctic and the Antarctic and whether they are identical. You know, if you decide that this is a particular age, do you see the same acidity and the same atmosphere and also the same bacteria that you might find in the other situation?
The answer is both yes and no, because for some parameters we see the same, and one of the things is the greenhouse gases, because they are globally mixed. So we see the same concentrations of methane and CO2 on both hemispheres. For temperatures, we see differences which are super exciting, because it shows about the change of energy between the two hemispheres that are important, for example, during the glacial time. And for volcanic eruptions, if we have one very close to equator, like Tambora in Indonesia, we see it both in Antarctica and Greenland. But if we see volcanic eruptions in Iceland, we see very sharp and high peaks in the Greenland ice cores, but they are not necessarily big enough to reach so high up in the troposphere that they can make it to the South Pole. So it's yes, that's why it's yes and no.
Wonderful. I think we have to leave it here. This was a very lively discussion, and I have no doubt that it will continue during lunch. We have 1 minute to walk from here to lunch, but before opening the doors, I would like to thank the speakers for wonderful presentations, and also for being prepared to respond to all these different questions. And I'd like to thank also the audience for participating in this discussion. So have a nice lunch.
Take your seat, and we are ready now to start the afternoon session, which is dedicated to the Balzan Prizes of Humanities. We will start with Martha Nussbaum and be introduced by Professor Peter Kuhn of the General Prize Committee. Please.
Yeah, okay. It's my honor and pleasure to introduce the winner of the 2022 Balzan Prize for Moral Philosophy, Martha Craven Nussbaum, Ernst Freund Distinguished Service Professor of Law and Ethics at the University of Chicago. It is, of course, an impossible task to pay adequate tribute to Professor Nussbaum in a few minutes. Therefore, I will refrain from tracing her career, characterizing her 30 books and collected volumes, and listing the numerous honors and prizes she has received, although I cannot avoid mentioning the Holberg Prize in 2021. Instead, I will try to give you an impression of her oeuvre as a moral philosopher. Her overriding concern throughout her career has been with the question of how to lead a good life. And in attempting to answer it, rather than focusing on the calculation of consequences or the demands of duty and principle, she makes central the cultivation of one's character, the acquisition and employment of the dispositions we call the virtues in a flourishing human life. I want to emphasize three distinctive features of her way of articulating and defending a virtue-based approach to moral and political questions. First, Professor Nussbaum draws as much on literary texts as on philosophical ones. Schematic philosophers' examples, she argues in Love's Knowledge, lack the particularity, the emotive appeal, the absorbing plottedness, the variety and indeterminacy of good fiction. In her view, the practical wisdom possessed by virtuous persons can't be captured in general, impersonal rules and principles. It involves sensitivity to particular cases, a willingness to revise one's initial understanding in the light of new experience, and a capacity to improvise. This interest in complexity is the reason why her philosophical inquiry in the ethical sphere is supported by extremely insightful close readings of literary texts from Greek tragedy and Dante's Divine Comedy to the novels of Dickens and James, Joyce and Proust, to name but a few. Second, Professor Nussbaum does not regard human beings as divided between reason and emotion. Her approach to living a good life affirms a cognitive dimension to emotions, which can accordingly be critically evaluated in terms of appropriateness to their object. Hence, a flourishing life is one in which our emotional responsiveness is properly calibrated, not deficient or disordered. In exploring the intelligence of emotions, Professor Nussbaum has also engaged with the work of other disciplines, especially empirical psychology. Third, Professor Nussbaum considers individual human beings in the context of the communities that they form and inhabit. Appropriate social and cultural structures promote the flourishing of virtues that make good life possible. Poverty and discrimination have the opposite effect. Therefore, in creating capabilities, the human development approach, Professor Nussbaum proposes a new model for the moral evaluation of legal and political policies at home and abroad. Human welfare, she argues, should be measured not by GDP, the gross domestic product, but in terms of the enhancement of capabilities. So she conceives of social justice as a matter of ensuring the availability of substantial opportunities to choose and to act. Recently, in Justice for Animals, she extended the capabilities approach to the ethics of animal treatment. One of the most striking aspects of Professor Nussbaum's career is that her philosophical interests have taken her regularly outside the academy into realms of law, practical politics, and social justice. She speaks not only to her fellow academics, but to the wider political community of which she is a part. We are glad to listen to her.
I guess I better take them. Well, I first want to thank Professor Kuhn very warmly for that very, very insightful introduction, and I'm very grateful for that. My career in philosophy may seem lacking in unity. Two very different large areas have been my focus: philosophical work on the emotions and normative political philosophy, exemplified by the capabilities approach. But within these large areas, many other topics are to be found: the history of Greek and Roman philosophy, including Greek tragedy, the relationship between philosophy and literature, and philosophy and music, the importance of the humanities and liberal education for a decent public culture, work on global justice in developing countries, focusing on India, and work on justice for a series of subordinated groups: women, racial minorities, sexual orientation minorities, people with disabilities, aging people, and, in my latest book, non-human animals. In this narrative, I'll try to describe first the unity of my work, then turn to a more chronological approach, and finally, I'll examine the whole issue of what it is to be, as I'm often called, a public philosopher. So, section 1, there are 6 sections. The central theme, vulnerability. I think of my work as held together by a set of themes and problems. Roughly, the problem of how to live with dignity as a particular kind of animal in a world of events that we do not fully control. My work in political philosophy focuses on issues of vulnerability. It tries to develop an approach that will come to grips with human need better than previous approaches. And it focuses on the vulnerability of the world's most oppressed people and its very oppressed animals. My presidential address to the American Philosophical Association argued that feminist political philosophy can correct traditional conceptions of human dignity and the dignity of reason by placing the facts of need and animality at the center of our conception of what it is to live with dignity. And the capabilities approach tries to use the needs of creatures for a wide range of human activities as the basis for a richer account of what development ought to deliver to people, and more recently to non-human animals. Once I've said this much, it will be possible to show why my work on the emotions is not actually at a distance from these political reflections. For emotions, as I conceive them, revolve around our investment in or attachment to things out there in the world that we do not control. Like the ancient Greek and Roman Stoics, I think of emotions as involving quite a lot of intelligence and selectivity. And I argue that the mental activity involved in emotion typically revolves around our intense needs for what the Greeks called external goods, or the goods of fortune. That is, people to love us, a safe environment, food, shelter, and so on. It's when we have invested such things with great importance that we feel fear when they're threatened, anger when somebody else assails them, grief at their loss, and so on. My largest book on the emotions, Upheavals of Thought, begins with an extended description of my mother's death, and I do this to bring home to the reader the sense of what it is to feel that your entire world depends on a person or event that is outside of you and that can be shattered in a moment by the actions of the world. So, need for external objects is the lens through which I approach both political issues and issues of philosophical psychology. Section 2, methodology, interdisciplinarity, but philosophy as the core. During my nearly 50 years of teaching and research, I've held appointments of one or another sort in the following departments: philosophy, classics, comparative literature, religious studies, gender studies, political science, law, and Southern Asian studies. It wouldn't be too surprising to find me at a meeting of the professional organizations connected with any of those fields. I also associate with economists quite a lot, both co-authoring and co-teaching, and economist Amartya Sen and I co-founded the Human Development and Capability Association, an interdisciplinary international association that pursues development issues. Literature and music also enter into my writing. When I prepare to write, I range even more widely, drawing on what psychologists, psychoanalysts, and anthropologists say about emotions, what biologists and scholars of animal behavior say about animals. As for credentials, I have an MA and a PhD in classical philology, but no degree in any other field, including philosophy. So what is my discipline? To me, the answer is clear. It is philosophy, the common link in all my work and in all my multiple appointments. It is as a philosopher that I study the classics. In gender studies, I teach feminist philosophy. In the law school, any philosophy course that anyone will listen to. In the US, I should add, law is a postgraduate field, and many outstanding undergraduate philosophy majors, given the job market, go on to law school after that. So these students mingle easily with philosophy PhD students. And my affiliation with South Asian studies simply records my ongoing fascination with India, which enters into my philosophical work on issues of global justice and women's equality in many ways. It has always been clear to me from a very early age that philosophy was where I wanted to be. In addition to having the most thrilling past imaginable and the wonderful works of Plato and Aristotle that have always enthralled me, I saw that the field, even in 1975 when I got my PhD, when it was much narrower than it is today, also contained then living intellectual giants like Bernard Williams, John Rawls, Stanley Cavell, Hilary Putnam, who defined its reach very broadly. I felt that this was the discipline that was really grappling with issues of ethical value at the deepest level, and I knew that the rigor and intellectual high standards of that discipline would push me in a way that no other field would. I've been a slightly peculiar philosopher, teaching a lot of books not usually found in philosophy curricula, from Euripides to Henry James to Ralph Ellison. I've incorporated into my teaching and writing a focus on actual conditions in the developing world that's rare even in political philosophy. Nor do I mind being a bit of a rebel. When I gave my presidential address to the American Philosophical Association, the comment I liked best from another feminist philosopher, for it was a feminist topic, was, "That was a kick-ass talk." So being a pious child of the profession is clearly not among my central aims. But I've always felt that even when I rebel against some dominant norms, I do so as a philosopher, with a philosopher's questions, in conversation with the tradition that begins with Socrates in the West, and that also includes non-Western thinkers whom I teach and who inspire me, such as Mohandas Gandhi and Rabindranath Tagore. As a woman, my stance toward this tradition, with its long history of turning misogynist prejudice into ethical norm, is always wary. Among the greats of the past, the only ones I'd like to have dinner with are John Stuart Mill, the topic of a good deal of my teaching and some of my writing, and Rabindranath Tagore, whose philosophical work and educational endeavors always had women's freedom at their heart. And I think a lot of the profession is insular in not learning from other nations and cultures. but I basically know what tradition I identify with, which forebears I feel happy conversing with as I walk along the lakeshore. Section 3, the beginning, ancient Greek and Roman philosophy. Now, let me approach my career from a more chronological perspective. After a brief time as a professional actress, acting in a repertory company devoted to performing ancient Greek tragedies, I went back to regular undergraduate school and shortly thereafter to graduate school in order to focus on ancient Greek and Roman philosophy and also the tragedies that are still very important to me. I wanted to establish that the tragic poets were philosophers in their own right, the job I attempted in my second book, The Fragility of Goodness. I began to study the classics because it seemed to me that major texts said things that were true and deep. I still believe that. My first book was an edition of and commentary on a short work of Aristotle's on the motion of animals, or De Motu Animalium, that still offers illumination, I believe, in thinking about the relationship between humans and other animals. I continue to supervise graduate students in ancient Greek and Roman philosophy, and Aristotle and Cicero are my frequent conversation partners, supplying illumination, or, as the case may be, interesting examples of error. Section 4, the intelligence of emotions. My early work on Greek ethics led me to engage shortly thereafter with the thought of the Hellenistic Epicureans and Stoics, the topic of my book, The Therapy of Desire. Here started my detailed work on the emotions. Having finished excavating the Stoic view with its promises and its problems, I wanted to write about emotion independently. Getting the opportunity to give the Gifford Lectures in Edinburgh, I gave them on that topic, my own emotion theory, with many Stoic ingredients. I gave the lectures in 1993, but after doing a lot of further work, the book Upheavals of Thought, The Intelligence of Emotions appeared in 2001, and I've already described the general idea of that one. Thereafter, I followed many lines of further work in this area, writing about the emotion of disgust in the book Hiding from Humanity, 2004, about anger in Anger and Forgiveness, 2016, and about fear in The Monarchy of Fear, 2018. My ideas about emotions weave their way through all my work on political philosophy. One area of further work, already mentioned by Professor Kuhn, concerns the relationship between philosophy and literature, the central theme of my 1990 book, Love's Knowledge, and the 1997 book, Poetic Justice. And I've organized an ongoing series of conferences on literature and law, resulting in a series of edited books. Because I'm an amateur musician, a singer, and a huge fan of opera and Western classical music, this love also enters into my writing and teaching. The chapters on Mahler in Upheavals of Thought, a class on opera that I regularly co-teach with Anthony Freud, CEO and General Director of Lyric Opera of Chicago, many program essays written for Lyric, and 2 new books on music that I'll discuss at the end of this talk. Section 5, Normative Political Philosophy, the Capabilities Approach. Up to around 1985, my work concerned ethics, but not political philosophy. Then my career took a major turn. The project in which I began this work was a project on the quality of life directed jointly by me and Amartya Sen at the World Institute for Development Economics Research in Helsinki, an institute connected with the United Nations University, which included scholars from all over the world, and it was dedicated to exploring new interdisciplinary approaches to the problems of developing countries. The project, which I dreamed up after my initial shock at the crudeness and unreflective narrowness of some of the normative approaches being put forward by the economists, was to develop the basics of the capabilities approach as a normative approach to development issues. And I'll describe it further in a short time. But the general thought was that we badly need a richer, more humanistic, more values-oriented approach to development and quality of life assessment if development is really going to be a normative concept, which means things are getting better. The project produced some good work, but it also encountered obstacles, particularly in the reluctance of the philosophers to write clearly for a non-specialist audience, and in the disciplinary arrogance and closed-mindedness of all but a few of the economists, who did not see how this other profession could possibly have anything to say to them. But I myself found myself and my work completely transformed. I had come to WIDER, that's the acronym of the institution, a relatively typical American moral and political philosopher, meaning that I didn't have much empirical information about the world outside the US and Europe, and next to none about the developing world. I found myself operating on a daily basis with people from all regions of the world. The problems set before me, women's hunger, illiteracy, and vulnerability to violence, were to some extent familiar, but also to some extent very new to me, at least in their urgency and their detail. Totally new to me were the cultures and nations that the Institute considered, and our project focused from the first on the nations of South Asia. Of the history and religions of that region, I was woefully and culpably ignorant. I did persist in my conviction that philosophy had a lot to tell development economists about normative concepts involved in the very idea of development. But I also saw that this conversation would be derailed from the very start if I did not humbly learn and inquire. So I poured through a lot of the development literature in economics and other social sciences, focusing particularly on literature that would give me empirical information about women's lives. I learned all I could from Sen's important work and related work. I read a good deal about the history and traditions of India, but I felt that all this was insufficient. For the edited volume, Women, Culture, and Development, Sen and I commissioned a field study of women's issues in India and Bangladesh. But when it came time to write a book of my own on this topic, focusing on women and their human development, I felt I could not sit in my armchair in Helsinki, even in company with colleagues from Bangladesh and India. I had to go out into the field, and I had been to India a couple of times, but not really out into the field. This was a personal decision, not urged on me by any academic trend, and in many ways it was a difficult one because I'm not an especially adventurous person physically. I am a fitness addict, but I like my own surroundings. It was not easy for me to venture into the places I ventured into, but I knew that any humanistic project trying to defend cross-cultural norms would be hollow and worthless if it didn't listen to the voices of women themselves in poor circumstances, finding out what they're struggling for and what they have to say. So I said to my friend, activist and field worker Martha Chen, Marty, I want to go to India for 3 weeks this March and learn as much as I can about women's development projects. Can you fix me up an itinerary where I will talk to as many people as possible and see as many different sorts of projects as possible? I did this for several years running, going to different places each time and linking up in each case with an activist with whom I had corresponded previously. And I decided to focus on India in my book, 2000, Women and Human Development, because I thought I could get to know something about how region and class and caste contextualize issues in that large single nation and learn enough history to be responsible in what I wrote. I also talked a lot to scholars and I read endlessly. But the thing that was completely transforming was sitting on the ground and listening to poor illiterate women talk or even draw pictures about their lives. Because I've become so involved in India, I've also written a book on Indian politics, The Clash Within, Democracy, Religious Violence, and India's Future, 2007, urged on me by my colleagues in India whose voices were not being heard in the US and Europe, criticizing the rise of the Hindu right and numerous articles, Hindu right and writing also numerous articles invited by Indian law journals. I have a feeling of deep grief and alienation when I view India today. And so do very many, and pretty much all of my close Indian friends, whether they remain there or have left for jobs in the US or the UK. As for the capabilities approach, over time, I have written 2 more books, developing the theory in a direction somewhat different from Sen's, namely Frontiers of Justice, 2006, and my more general account, Creating Capabilities, 2011. But here are the basic ideas. Economics is about people's lives, and development economics is supposed to be about making those lives better. But for many years, the dominant approaches to policy in development economics were obtuse in human terms. They measured a nation or region's success in terms of gross domestic product per capita, without probing more deeply to see how growth does or does not improve individual people's lives in areas of central human importance. As the late Mahbub ul Haq, the Pakistani economist who inaugurated the Human Development Reports of the United Nations Development Program, wrote in the first of these reports in 1990, "The real wealth of a nation is its people, and the purpose of development is to create an enabling environment for people to enjoy long, healthy, and creative lives. This simple but powerful truth is all too often forgotten in the pursuit of material and financial wealth," end quote. But what is wrong with measuring a nation's progress by GDP averaged over the population? Well, of course it's good to promote growth, other things equal. But this figure is an average. It tells us nothing about distribution, and it may conceal large inequalities in basic life chances between individuals and groups. Each person has just one life to live, and people are not likely to feel consoled for having a life full of impediments and deprivations when they're told that their nation or their state is doing very well on the average. All over the world, human beings, like the other animals, are striving to live and to live well, to attain lives worthy of their innate dignity. Each is an individual, and each should be considered as an end, none as a means to the ends of others. The GDP approach also neglects the plurality and heterogeneity of the different parts of a human life: health, bodily integrity, education, access to political participation, leisure time, relationships of respect and non-humiliation. These and other elements of life are important, and a greater quantity of one of them does not atone for the absence of another. People are striving for a life that is plural and diverse, and governments need to pay attention to the different ends people have reason to value, which are not reducible to a single metric. Growth sometimes improves all these important things, but by no means always, and by no means evenly. One step up in terms of adequacy, we find another economic approach to development, one that's based on economic utilitarianism. Economic utilitarianism standardly strives to maximize the satisfaction of people's preferences, usually average rather than total satisfaction. This approach has 4 defects when we hold it up against people's actual strivings. First, like the GDP approach, it is an average, neglecting inequalities in distribution. So it can give very high marks to nations that tolerate huge inequalities. Second, again like GDP, it neglects the plural activities that people, and indeed other animals, strive to attain, treating activities as sources of a homogeneous state of satisfaction. Third, the utilitarian approach masks inequality in yet a further way. Under conditions of deprivation, people often form what are called adaptive preferences, preferences tailored to the low level people believe they can actually attain. This pernicious dynamic may cause people to feel satisfied with their subordination once it becomes habitual. Thus, the utilitarian approach can be the ally of an unjust status quo. This problem is particularly acute when women, for example, are raised to feel that higher education or political participation are not things for them. Cut off from these things, they may report satisfaction with their situation. At times, as Sen's research has shown, they even report satisfaction with a weak and malnourished health status, believing that women are naturally weaker and that they're doing all right for a woman. Finally, the utilitarian calculus values a state of pleasure or satisfaction, not ultimately the activities that produce it. But people want to be doers and strivers, attaining satisfaction, if they do, as the outcome of an activity that is their own. Short-sighted development policies often aim to make people feel good rather than empower them to act. Such policies usually show an inadequate respect for poor people, treating them only as vessels of satisfaction rather than as full human beings actively shaping their lives. What we need in development policy is an approach that begins with the strivings of real people, an approach that defines achievement in terms of the opportunities of each person, regarding each as an end. Such an approach had better begin close to the ground, looking at life stories and the human meanings of policy changes for real people, asking in every area, what are people actually able to do and to be? The capabilities approach asks and answers that very basic and very practical question. The word capability does not mean skill. It means a real substantive freedom or opportunity to choose and act in a specific area of life deemed valuable. In the human capabilities approach, each individual human being is an end, meaning that the goal of policy should be to protect and enhance the capabilities of each and every one, treating none as simply a means to the ends of others. The approach is a general theory, but it's always accountable to people's real lives and strivings. In aggregating the data for any development theory has to aggregate in some way, special attention is devoted to the worst off, making sure that they're up to an adequate level. When the capabilities approach was first developed, its purpose was to provide a new template for comparing one nation or region to others, one that was people-sensitive rather than distant from people and their problems. In its use in the human development reports of the UN Development Program, it already selected some opportunities rather than others because of their perceived salience in people's lives. Education and health, for example, were emphasized, and Sen's writings have continually emphasized the importance of freedom of speech and freedom of the press. But there was no real list of the most important goals. There wasn't really a need for one, so long as the approach was being used merely comparatively, as Sen uses it. But the minute we begin to ask what a decently just society will provide to all of its members, however, we do need to get definite about content in a humble and flexible way, but still making claims that could be enshrined in a nation's constitution, if it has a written constitution, or could be legally expressed in some other way if it does not. What does each and every person have a right to demand as a matter of basic minimal justice? My formulation of this template for fundamental entitlements takes the form of my well-known list of the central capabilities, which I would not bother you with reading out here. The idea is, though, that these can be further specified in accordance with the particular needs and situation of each nation as it works out the benchmarks of minimal justice that it can actually hope to deliver in a reasonable time. For that purpose, the nation's constitution must supply a threshold for each of the capabilities, whether in a written text or through incremental judicial specification. If the nation doesn't deliver a threshold amount of each and every one of these to each citizen, then it has fallen short of minimal justice, no matter how ample its provisions are in other areas. As with all constitutional lists of fundamental entitlements, the items on the list are seen as qualitatively distinct and not replaceable one with another. Thus, if somebody complains that her freedom of speech is compromised, It is not a good answer to say, but look at the ample education that we provide. Some nations do make that reply, but it's a paper-thin excuse for tyranny. Why is this list, though, a list of capabilities rather than of actual functions? Well, the whole point is that people should be enabled to act. However, people are all different in their choices. Some will not want to avail themselves of all the opportunities on the list. Some people, for example, have no interest in religion and do not engage in religious activities. They would strenuously object to a constitution that suggested that all people must engage in religion, but they're unlikely to object to the opportunity because it's one that many other people do wish to use. Again, some people don't really want leisure time, and they choose to lead a workaholic life. Again, they don't want to be forced to take time off, but they do not object to the recognition that for most people, leisure time is very valuable. Making the list one of capabilities shows respect for the heterogeneity of people's life choices and for their freedom to choose different paths. In Frontiers of Justice, I argued that this approach does better than John Rawls's in dealing with justice for people with disabilities, justice across national boundaries, and justice for non-human animals. I've also used the approach to think about other issues of significant inequality: race, sexual orientation, and age. Recently, I've produced, it's actually coming out in January, a big book on the animal issues, arguing that the capabilities approach is the approach that can guide our thinking best in this urgent and difficult area. Section 6, being a public intellectual. I'm often called a public intellectual. That label would be incorrect if it meant that I seek or hold roles in public life outside the academy. I've never even held a major role in my university or in any university beyond chairing hiring committees, organizing conferences, and in general, trying to be a good citizen. Sometimes I have thought that I might seek a university deanship or even a university presidency, but I reject that thought rather quickly for two reasons. First, I absolutely love writing and thinking and the type of day that goes with it. I love being able to choose what I work on when, and within the constraints of being a good teacher and colleague, being able to plan my time as I like. I would experience endless frustration in an administrative post, and for that reason, I would not do my job well. The second reason is that I'm very thin-skinned. It really upsets me when anyone thinks that I've behaved badly. It keeps me awake at night. But of course, however well a dean or president does her job, many people will think and say that she has acted badly. And you have to fire people from their jobs, something that has always been really, really hard for me, even in the context of employing workers in my home. But I do believe that philosophers have a responsibility to speak to the public and to serve the interests of the public. And I have some abilities in both writing and public speaking that suit me for such a role. I remember how early in my career, when I was invited to write for the New York Review of Books, I asked John Rawls, who was then my colleague, for advice. Should I do that? Rawls was an extremely shy man, and he had a speech impediment that made it impossible for him to go on TV or to give large public lectures. His writing is very clear, and it contains metaphors of lasting significance, such as the original position, the veil of ignorance. But for him, writing was slow and always focused on his one single large project. And I believe he would not have been able to create the wonderful work he did create if he had taken on book reviews and other such public texts. We had lunch in Bartley's Burger Cottage near the Harvard campus, a low-quality restaurant that I remember with some puzzlement. Why did he choose that restaurant? But he said to me there that philosophers have a duty to speak to the general public, so if you can do that, you must. Since that day, I have frequently written reviews for general interest periodicals, But I've also tried to cultivate a way of writing philosophy that is lucid and, I hope, occasionally eloquent, my aim being that anyone who makes the effort should be able to read my books. I insist always on high philosophical standards, so my colleagues are always my first readers and critics. I don't seek popularity as such, but I do love the experience when strangers write to me to say that my books have illuminated some struggle they've been waging with grief, with fear, with injustice in their own lives. That is true even of my densest and longest books, such as The Fragility of Goodness and Upheavals of Thought. But there are some books that I have written specifically in order to address a public issue or perform a service. I feel so incredibly lucky to be spending my life doing what I love best that from time to time I feel a need to put aside my own personal projects to perform some public service. My 2 books on liberal education, Cultivating Humanity, and Not-for-Profit, Why Democracy Needs the Humanities, are such books. The first addressed a heated controversy in the United States over the inclusion of new topics such as women's studies and race studies in the liberal arts undergraduate curriculum. Conservatives were urging a return to a curriculum based on a list of great books of the Western tradition. Defenders of the new studies were typically defending them in terms of identity politics. I, by contrast to both, defended certain reforms as ways of cultivating responsible citizenship for all. That book, published in 1997, was primarily US focused, but as time went on, the debate shifted in an ominous direction, and the whole idea of a humanistic liberal education was coming under attack, not only in the US, but in most nations I knew anything about. Seen as a type of useless luxury, this liberal education was rapidly being replaced by technical education aimed at national economic gain. So I wrote a different type of book, defending the humanities, including philosophy, history, and literature and the arts, as essential for responsible citizenship. The book Not-for-Profit, Why Democracy Needs the Humanities, 2010. This is the book of mine that has sold by far the most copies, around 60,000 to date, and has been translated into the most languages, 25 by now. It's astonishing to me. Several other books of mine have this public nature. In all these public books, I try to do my best work as a philosopher, so that is non-negotiable. But the public books are usually shorter, crisper, and written with an eye to what a general audience needs to know. Justice for Animals is, in fact, quite a long book and philosophically ambitious, but because I think the issues are so urgent and I really want to change people's minds, I've devoted a lot of attention to my writing, both to clarity and to the use of vivid examples. With my background as an actress, I also enjoy public speaking, and I'm often sought out to lecture to large audiences. Especially with Not-for-Profit, I got a huge number of invitations from institutions where the humanities felt threatened, and faculty wanted my help in fighting their battle. I was initially annoyed because I wrote the book precisely so that I would not have to keep going around and lecturing on this topic. But people kept telling me that they wanted their dean or their provost or their donors to hear me speak because those important figures would never have time to actually read my book, but a 1-hour lecture was just about what they could do. Well, that was okay with me, but the kind of lecturing that I really love can be illustrated by my trip in late September of this year to a small liberal arts college in Wisconsin to lecture on animal rights. It was my first in-person big public lecture since COVID, and it surpassed all my expectations. A former graduate student of mine teaches in the philosophy department there, and he had really energized the undergraduates. So I encountered not only a packed auditorium, but within that, a group of the most idealistic, excellent, and passionate young women, because it just turned out that all the philosophy majors in that college were women, for reasons that are complicated, but I won't go into them here. But anyway, they showed me the wonderful teaching that my former student had given them and the vistas in their lives that he had been able to open up. It was really thrilling. So that too is public philosophy and one of my favorite kinds. Last and seventh section, what's next? Well, of course, that's a question nobody can answer, certainly not somebody my age. However, I'm blessed to live in a country that does not have the baneful practice of compulsory retirement, which I have criticized in the book on aging that I co-authored with my colleague and friend Saul Levmore. So I continue to teach full-time and to love my involvement. If I ever did retire, it would be in order to write more, but I already write a lot. After the animals book, I have 2 books under contract, both about music. One, which is about halfway done, is about Benjamin Britten's War Requiem and how music can help us think and have productive emotions about war and peace. The other is about the relationship between Mozart's operas and Enlightenment values, continuing with a set of later operas that take up aspects of what I refer to as the Mozartian project, including Beethoven's Fidelio, Verdi's Don Carlos, and Britten's Peter Grimes. It's going to be called The Republic of Love, as a kind of anti-book to the Monarchy of Fear. My many program essays for lyric opera have prepared me to write this book, but it will be a connected argument, not just a collection of essays. Then there's a book that I hope to write about ancient Greek tragedy and what various philosophers through the ages have made of its philosophical significance. It's a course that I've taught several times, juxtaposed and interwoven with the story of a real tragedy, the premature death of my daughter Rachel of a drug-resistant fungal infection at the age of 47. If I am lucky enough to finish all these books in good health, I will easily come up with other ideas. What a wonderful life, and how grateful I am to all those who have made it possible. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Professor Nussbaum, for this inspiring, enthusiastic talk. And I'm sure there will be questions in the audience.
Please, can you wait until you have a microphone?
Microphone.
Okay, well, thank you for your presentation. Your work has been, of course, inspirational, not only to moral philosophers, but also to social scientists and political economists, among others. Speaking as an economist, I am an economist, your presentation makes me to think, not unexpectedly, I guess, to you, of Albert Hirschman's discussion of passions and interests. And my question is, to what extent and in which way you think that your own approach may throw light on that relationship, passions versus interest, and on the possible role of reasoning, more generally of cognitive procedures in it? Thanks.
Make that, I didn't quite get that. The relationship between passions and self-interest and interests. Yeah, well, of course, my approach to the emotions, and it's not just mine, I mean, it's a long tradition, starting with the Greek and Roman Stoics, is that they involve powerful interests. Namely, it's like a roadmap of all our most important goals. We form attachments to people, to things, to a country, and then around that form a whole family of emotions. So when we're, let's say, attached to a person, well, then we'll feel fear when that person is threatened, grief if that person should die, anger if that person is assailed by someone else, and so on. So all of our most important interests are also involved with the formation of our passions. So that doesn't mean, however, I think I want to emphasize, that emotions are simply egoistic or self-interested, because of course one of the things we do in life is we form attachments to others, taking their good to be intrinsically important. And so of course our interest is in promoting the good of that person seen as an end. So passions are interests, but not just self-interest.
Okay, next question. Alberto Quattro.
Well, to hear what you said brings to me a lot of emotion.
Good.
Because your way to think and to explain are so clear and so deep from an emotional point of view and rational point of view both, which is very difficult to pose some question. Anyhow, I am also an economist, and you quoted Human Development Index, which was, in my opinion, a very important result in order to measure human development, not to keep only the GDP per capita, but to put into many other indicators. The first question is this one. Do you think that today Human Development Index is still enough, or we have to improve it, adding other kind of indicators?
Yeah, thank you.
I have a second question.
Oh, okay.
The second one is, I don't know, you haven't quoted Gini index. You know Gini index?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. Well, Gini index is useful, but certainly not enough, because it works on averages, and thought it not enough. It must be a useful point of starting point, but absolutely not enough. And finally, what about the relationship between input and output? I explain you. If you have a big input in education, spending, public spending, but if you don't have a remarkable output, where is the problem? You put a lot of input in education, you don't get enough result. How we can manage?
Okay, 3 very important questions. Look, about the Human Development Index, it's important to know the history. Originally, Sen did not want a single measure. He said the whole point is to have heterogeneous, plural goals, so why would we have a single measure? And Mahbub ul Haq said, you know, they won't pay attention to it unless you give them a single number that's different from the one that they're using now. And so he said, you know, if you have a single number that's based more on health and education, then at least it will draw their attention to those issues. So that's all it was meant to be, was a kind of crude approximation that would distract from the GDP approach and get people to consider other things. But to me, it's annoying and it's kind of useless. What's really important in those reports, and I didn't say index, I said the reports, that's page 1. Forget page 1, rip out page 1. What's the other 500 pages that give you all the details about the many different goals that people pursue. That's where the action really is. Now, I've reduced the list to 10, but at least I have 10 that I'm measuring. So that is what I think. Sure, I mean, people want to respond to the criticisms of the HDI and improve that. I'm all for that because I know that there are some people who won't read beyond page 1, but I really think it would be better to look at a wider range of goals. Gini, yeah, I mean, look, I teach a course. In fact, when I go home, I'm getting ready for it now. I co-teach with an economist a course in global inequality. And of course, he's the technical economist, so he would present Gini. But you know, one of the things we have to ask is equality or inequality of what? Now, Gini measures economic inequality, but there are many ways in which people are subordinated that are not strictly measurable in terms of income and wealth. Often race bias shows up in economic inequality to some extent, but there are other aspects of racial subordination having to do with the way the criminal justice system operates, having to do with physical violence and so on, that really are not directly measurable by income and wealth. So I would say, yeah, fine, but let's look at other types of inequality as well. And even Rawls, who included the social bases of self-respect in his list of primary goods, he came up with a way of measuring inequality that focused only on income and wealth. But there are groups in society, and I think that gays and lesbians have long been such groups who, on average, do okay with income and wealth, but not in terms of the social bases of self-respect. So we have to consider many different types of inequality and subordination. Now, input and output, yeah. Of course, sometimes we just don't know how to get the job done, and we need years of good social science directed at finding that out. And I think, you know, with education, my own city is in the middle of an effort to try to figure out ways of intervening better in the education of minority young people, which also is at the same time an intervention in the problems of crime in those neighborhoods. But it's a fiendishly difficult job when you have this cycle where there are families that are broken up, parents who are in prison, sometimes rightfully, sometimes wrongfully, and then the children not having people, the mothers working 2 jobs, so the children if they go to school, they don't really care much about it, and the enticements that they get from the gang culture and selling drugs are very powerful. So how do you intervene in that cycle? It takes not just a decent education system, but it takes a whole wide-ranging, broad-based intervention into many aspects of the lives of poor people in the city. And that has been shown even at the very young level. The economist Jim Heckman, whom I'm sure you know, he's done all these longitudinal studies of pre-K education, and he's shown that the kind that just gives little bits of education doesn't work at all. But what does work is, again, a multifaceted kind of education that works with families, makes sure that the child is getting stimulation in the family, and these 2 schools that he studied long-term, they really do not only produce good outputs, but they produce a reduction in crime among those individuals. So the only question is then how do you ramp up the scale of that? Because these were 2 very well-funded, very small projects. But no one's willing to pay the money that it would cost to do that for a whole city. So anyway, I mean, it's the biggest problem that you have raised.
There was a question behind, and then...
Okay. Professor Nussbaum, thank you very much for the compelling presentation. You are a role model. You are an exhaustive source of inspiration for all of us. I have a personal question. You defined yourself half an hour ago as not a child, not a pious child of the profession. And Anna Arendt, 50 years ago, in a famous interview to the German TV, had gone further. She said, please do not call me a philosopher. I want to be considered as a political scientist. Now, Arendt had reasons. The Eichmann trial, institutional constraints, pessimism, but especially the notion that philosophy is not relevant to human affairs. Do you share any of these reasons?
Well, of course, one of her big reasons was Heidegger, and I don't share that reason at all. I never had any attraction to the persona or the work of Heidegger. But anyway, no, I mean, I do have a much better history with the mentors I've had in the profession, people like Bernard Williams, Stanley Cavell, Hilary Putnam, and Rawls, whom I didn't actually study with, but he was my colleague. Those were wonderful mentors and wonderful examples of what philosophy can be. I think if I had gone to a different graduate school, Harvard was different from most places because people were broader and they were interested in doing philosophy in a more humanistic way. When I later went to Princeton for 6 months, I thought, oh no. And they said, oh, well, you're not really doing philosophy. So I think if I'd been at Princeton, I probably would have had a different view. And Bernard Williams himself had a hard time with his breadth. Other people in the profession had given him a hard time. So when I went on the job market, Bernard said to me, you know, you should probably take a job in a classics department because you can do more of what you want to do there than in philosophy. But I knew what I wanted, and it was philosophy. So I was prepared to turn down jobs at Stanford and Princeton in classics, because you see, I had a PhD in classics but no degree at all in philosophy, and to take a job at Syracuse University, a much less prestigious university, because it was in the philosophy department. And I would have done that. It just happened that Harvard had a vacancy right at that time, and they offered me a joint appointment in philosophy and classics, so the problem went away. But anyway, yeah, I mean, the profession had lots of problems, and I think in her day, you know, those problems were pretty real, although at the New School where she went, and then later at the University of Chicago, you know, the problems were not so great. So I think her reasons were complicated. I certainly would want to call myself a philosopher rather than a social scientist, because I learn from empirical social science, but that's not what I do. So yeah, I feel like I do love the tradition, and I love its best mentors. And being a woman, as I said, it's, you know, it's been hard at some times, but the four people I mentioned were great supporters of women and their careers. Bernard Williams, I will have to say, was a great feminist. He had been married, he was divorced from her by the time I met him. Shirley Williams, who just died last month, she was a great politician, one of the few courageous Labor Party people who split off because she wanted to remain allied with Europe. Back in those days, that struggle was still going on, you know. So anyway, he had raised children jointly, very rare for a high-achieving man of that era. And his second wife, Patricia, whom I know and care for very much, she was a high-ranking editor and publisher at Cambridge University Press. So, you know, he was not only, he talked the talk, but he walked the walk. And the others, not, you know, you could go through their lives, but Hilary Putnam's wife was also a very high-achieving philosopher who taught at Wellesley College. So I think these were exemplars of the search for equality, which was very difficult for people to even understand what it took for a marriage to be based on equality rather than inequality in those days. So I felt had a good experience in philosophy.
Do you hear me?
Yeah.
I was wondering whether you agree finally that there is not a distinction really between, or a competition in using both liberal and technical education, because society is going towards technical application more and more, even children and internet and so on and so forth. Now, you did not mention one thing I was interested to hear about, what the relation of an origin of emotion as we see it from artificial intelligence and the role with neurosciences in this context. And finally, what do you think about China?
I'm supposed to answer that. Well, look, first of all, the reason that I'm strongly in favor of, for all nations, of the undergraduate form of education that's known as liberal education is that you can do both things. If you want to have a career in computer science, okay, you major in computer science, but all students take some humanities courses. They learn history, philosophy, and the countries that have that are not very many, but there are some, namely South Korea, the United States, Scotland, and bits and parts of other countries. In the Netherlands, there are places where there are liberal arts programs, and the Jesuit universities all over the world have that form of undergraduate education. And if you have that, then it's not an all or nothing choice, all philosophy or no philosophy, because philosophy is not just for people who want to be philosophers. It's a way of shaping citizens. And so everyone should be exposed to it, I believe, and that can happen if you have that system of education. So, okay, that I wanted to say very quickly. Now, the second, before China, what was the second one? Oh, artificial. Yeah, well, you know, I mean, there's lots of wonderful work on the relationship of artificial intelligence and emotion. I have students who want to write papers on that in my course on emotions and so on. I'm not the person to ask because I'm famous for being technologically primitive and obtuse. I know how to use email, I know how to use the internet, but I'm not on any social media, and I know nothing about the workings of any of these things, so I always have to call the computer help desk for absolutely everything. So, you know, it's just for somebody else to do that, but I think very, 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 very important. And neuroscience, I do know a bit about the great work on emotions that's been going on there. And Damasio, for example, plays a very important role in my work on emotions in animals and so on. China, well, you know, my example in the lecture, you may have picked up on that, was a reference to China. When I said, if somebody says, never mind that you don't have much freedom of speech, but look at the excellent education we provide, that as I said, that's the paper-thin excuse for tyranny. In other words, that was a reference to China, which of course does have excellent data on education. Now I'm going to be cautious here because what's actually going on in those classrooms is, I think, pretty limited. If you don't have freedom of speech, how are you going to have teaching of philosophy in any meaningful way? But, you know, I think China has development stats that are very impressive, and certainly in comparison to India, the country that I love, that used to be a democracy until a few years ago, India did not do so well in bringing people up to a certain level of health and educational attainment. So but that doesn't show that democracy is the bad system. I think it just shows you can get a certain level by coercion, but you can't get it in the right way. And the current COVID thing just seems to me crazy. I just can't understand how, instead of promoting adequate vaccination for everyone, which they really haven't been able to do, they have these lockdowns that just are really punitive and awful. So I certainly don't admire China, no.
Yes, I have one observation and one question. The observation is that in 2017, we awarded Bina Agarwal for the prize in gender studies. I guess you know her. She's an Indian anthropologist, economist, lawyer, who did a wonderful work on the situation of women in India. And so I think there are a lot of similarities between your work and her work in some ways. And so I'm very happy that there is a continuity in the Balzan Prize 5 years after. And well, for me, it's really something very coherent that we had these two awards. The question is about the link between the two most interesting issues in your work, on my opinion, for me, which are the use of literature as a resource for scientists and the focus on emotions. And I think that the link between both, but I'm not sure you agree with me because this is a sociologist's point of view, but is that we do not have access to emotions except our own emotions through reflexivity, as you did when reflecting on your reactions to your mother's death, or by observing the emotions of the people around us. But we have no relationship, no clues on more general emotions. And I think that literature is the tool for having access to general emotions, because literature is a collective endeavor. It concerns a lot of people, and it can help us develop a collective empathy toward other people's emotion in a way that our ordinary experience does not allow. And so I think that literature is a very good tool for studying emotions, and I was wondering if this was your opinion too.
Okay. Well, first of all, Bina is a very close friend of mine, and I admire her work enormously. I've been privileged to know her and to work with her in many contexts. So, yeah, in fact, she found out, of course, that I had been awarded this prize, and I hadn't known until then that she had received it. So this is really thrilling that I can follow Bina. And I haven't seen her for a long time because she's, during COVID, we just haven't been traveling back and forth. And I don't like to go to India these days because of what it's become. But anyway, I do love Bina, and I think her work is very important. And I think it's great that it's gotten such wide recognition. The literature, well, the thing is, I don't quite, one thing I don't agree with, I don't believe that we really do know our own emotions. I think people are very ignorant of themselves, and if they were asked to characterize their own emotions, they would lack a language within which to express them. Because, of course, when we experience an emotion, it might not be in a verbal form at all. It might be in a pictorial form or a musical form. And so there's so many forms of symbolic activity that human beings engage in. So even if we did have access at a very definite level, it might not be a verbal access. But often, it might take years of psychotherapy to really know, in a given case, what our emotions are. So I do think emotions help us to uncover what our own emotions might be. And that Proust, whom I, of course, use a lot in my work and admire greatly, he said that his novel was like a magnifying glass that people could use to look into themselves and see more clearly what their own emotions were. And that was my purpose in using this narrative of my mother's death. Whether it was true of my own emotions or not, I can hardly even know. But, I thought an example at the beginning of the book would help readers draw them into this difficult topic of emotions. And I chose the death of a parent because I thought most readers have experienced that, or if not a parent, then a grandparent, and it would not be threatening the way the loss of a lover might seem threatening. So it was a carefully chosen example, and my model was actually Seneca, who uses his own life and his own emotions as kind of pedagogical devices to open up a terrain of argument. There are two things that I have said about the importance of literature in the philosophical study of emotions. And one of them was what Professor Kuhn said, namely that literature shows us the rich complexity, the indefiniteness, and the really murky terrain of emotion. And of course, this is not all literature, and I chose Henry James and Proust for specific reasons. But the texts in moral philosophy don't do that. They boil everything down to a very simple description. And all these concocted examples don't tell us much about the moral life. So that was the first kind of point that I made, particularly in Love's Knowledge. But your point, the point about acquainting us with the lives of others whom we do not know, that is also a point that I think is extremely important. And my book, Poetic Justice, is largely about that. And the whole project that we have engaged in the law school, where lawyers are asked to read works of literature and maybe even write essays about them, it's because I think it improves their life as lawyers dealing with people of many different kinds for the reasons that you gave. So I entirely agree with that. And I'll tell you another thing that I do to get them to really put themselves into this project. Together with our law literature conferences, we also stage a play. And I get my colleagues, because lawyers, after all, they're good actors because they have to perform in public quite often. And so I know which ones are really good actors. So I say, okay, you're going to play Agamemnon, and I'm going to be Clytemnestra. I actually have played Clytemnestra with Judge Richard Posner as Agamemnon. So, that really gets them to experience it in their own bodies. And that's something that intellectuals and especially lawyers, I think, don't often do. When we did a conference on war in law and literature, we staged the whole of Euripides' Trojan Women. I played Hecuba, and so then I have a cast of very wonderful, splendid actors. So it's not just the reading of literature, but the the performance aspect, at least for our law school community, it was very, very important. But so I totally agree. I think if you want to understand something about the lives of people, we live right in the middle of a very impoverished area in Chicago. If I want to know how people 3 blocks away from me are living and what their emotions might be, I certainly cannot go and ask what their emotions are, because they wouldn't really want to talk to me. But to read a book like Native Son or Invisible Man, that you get a lot further with that, and everyone can discuss it in common. So yeah, very important observation.
Well, a last question. No.
Coffee break.
Coffee break. Thank you.
No.
Thank you for the good discussion.
I have a brief announcement. We have found a ring. And is it yours?
No, it's not mine, but I wonder if it's my son-in-law's, because he's lost rings before.
Well,
But I don't think it is.
you will find it.
Gert, have you lost a ring? Gert, have you lost a ring?
Well, you will find it.
No, it's not his, okay.
Okay. If you have lost a ring, go to the secretary of the Balzan, and we keep it for the moment.
Until 4?
We would reconvene at 4 o'clock, 4:05, 20 minutes, in 20 minutes.
4:05.
please take your seat. I think we have to continue this work, this day which has been rather dense and condensed, but we are to the last prize winner presenting his profile, and we have winner Philip Bollman, prize for ethnomusicology, and I would like to invite Salva Castello Branco to present Professor Bollman.
I am honored and very delighted to present my colleague, Professor Philip Bollman. He's an award-winning ethnomusicologist and musician. If you are wondering what ethnomusicology is, as several of you have been asking me, I will leave this to Professor Bollman to explain. His multifaceted and prolific work interrogates music and culture across space and time, in individual experience and in encounter with others. Focusing primarily on European and Jewish musics, his work addresses central issues in ethnomusicology and in music research and the humanities more broadly, among which the most important are music and nationalism, music, race, and the colonial encounter, globalization, the interstices between music and religion, Jewish music and modernity, historical performance of Jewish urban musics. Professor Philip Bollman's multifaceted and prolific work includes research, teaching, mentoring, editorial work, translation, and performance. He has carried out field and archival research in Central and Eastern Europe, Israel, India, and among the Jewish diaspora in the United States. In addition to his position at the University of Chicago, where he is Distinguished Service Professor in Jewish History, Music, and the Humanities, and Associate Faculty at the Divinity School, he has taught in Germany at the University of Hildesheim and the Hochschule für Musik, Theater und Medien in Hanover, where he is also honorary professor, and in many, many other parts of the world that would take too long to mention here. Through his research, teaching, translation, and work as a consultant for academic institutions in the US and Europe, he has contributed to creating channels of communication and cooperation between ethnomusicologists and institutions on both sides of the Atlantic and indeed much beyond in many parts of the world. Using a multidisciplinary approach in which ethnography, historical research, and music performance intersect, Professor Bollman's publications interrogate the multiple ways in which humans use music, how nationalism contributes to the ontology of European music, both in the past and present, Jewish music and modernity, music, race, and the colonial encounter, music and religion, sacred musics and European modernity, the histories of folk music research and ethnomusicology. As artistic director of the New Budapest Orpheum Society, he promotes the historical performance of Jewish cabaret and film music. Professor Bollman has published widely in English and German. One of his important monographs, Music, Nationalism, and the Making of New Europe, in its second edition, received the Derek Allen Prize for Musicology from the British Academy. It examines music and orally transmitted musics, including folk, popular, religious, and art musics. Professor Bollman contrasts between national and nationalist musics, highlighting their positive or negative impact on societies in many parts of Europe. Dealing with a wide range of issues, musical genres and practices, both historical and contemporary, the book argues that nationalism is the key to understanding European music. Professor Bollman has also made a seminal contribution to the critical study of Jewish music, both past and present. His book, Jewish Music and Modernity, the final volume in a trilogy, explores the dynamic response of Jewish music to the challenges of modernity. Focusing on various border regions in Central and Eastern Europe from the 18th century, Jewish Enlightenment, up to the destruction of European Jewry in the Holocaust, this historical narrative examines diverse musical traditions in Jewish villages and on the stages of the modern city. Professor Bollman argues that Jewish music is a hybrid of diverse musical genres, styles, and repertoires in different languages. He also offers a critical discussion of how assumptions about Jewish music acquire an ontology of their own, Jewish music collecting, as well as the impact of Jewishness on music and of Jewish music on modernity. Professor Bollman's intellectual leadership and his capacity to mobilize scholars to explore new issues and themes in music research and to mediate between worlds of scholarship is also evident in his extensive work as editor and co-editor of landmark volumes, monograph series, and scholarly journals. This is illustrated by the volumes Music and the Racial Imagination, co-edited with Ronald Radano, pioneering the multidisciplinary reflection on the entanglement of music and race. The Cambridge History of World Music, an extensive tome that makes an important contribution towards the historiography of music on a global scale, and Jazz Worlds, World Jazz, including a wide range of essays on jazz in global modernity. The latter two volumes received prestigious awards, respectively the Bruno Nettle Prize from the Society for Ethnomusicology and the Ruth Soley Award from the American Musicological Society. Professor Bollman's scholarly contribution also extends to his work as curator and translator into English of Johann Gottfried Herder's writings on music and nationalism, making Herder's seminal work accessible to contemporary readers. Just this year, Professor Bollman gave the most prestigious lecture in ethnomusicology, the Seeger Lecture at the Society of Ethnomusicology, and also he was offered a Festschrift in his honor. So, in short, Professor Bollman made a seminal contribution to ethnomusicology and music research more broadly through his work on music and European nationalism, Jewish music and modernity, globalization, and music and race. And it is my absolute pleasure to welcome you and congratulate you for the Balzan Prize, and also to introduce Professor Christina Bollman, who is a faculty member at the Humanities Division of the University of Chicago, who will, together with Professor Bollman, include a performance in his lecture. Please join me in welcoming Professor Bollman.
Dear Salwa, thank you so much for these kind words. It has truly been an honor to travel together with you these many years along the roads of ethnomusicology. And today it is for me one of the great, great honors of my life to stand before you and offer my thoughts about ethnomusicology in the context of the Balzan Foundation Prize, and to also share music with you to show you some of the work that we do as ethnomusicology. First, I'll speak, however. Ethnomusicology is a field that is fundamentally dedicated to understanding societies and cultures through encounter with music, with sonic and aesthetic practices in the lives of humans throughout the world. It is a field concerned with engaging the individual and the collective alike, above all their interaction and the local and global diversity it makes possible. The work I have accomplished over many years has only been possible because of the individuals, communities, and collectives I have encountered as an ethnomusicologist whose field has consistently been international. The extreme honor and profound humility I feel as the recipient of the International Balzan Prize in Ethnomusicology are all the greater because I was able to listen to and hear the vox populi, the voices of the people, the collective song that yields moral and ethical action. Although many think that ethnomusicology is a relatively new field made possible through the implementation of modern technologies that record, preserve, and disseminate sound, the aesthetic and philosophical foundations of the field stretch to the earliest attempts to understand human societies and the natural and sacred worlds of which they are parts. The narrative and musical genres ethnomusicologists study, for example, epic song, are among the oldest oral and literary forms, the transmission of which depends on the power of song to engender common belief systems and political unity. The earliest philosophical and theoretical works on music and the complex of aesthetic practices from which it is inseparable, such as the 3rd century of the Common Era Natya Shastra, circulated globally for centuries and continue to influence the understanding and practice of the arts across South and Southeast Asia in the 21st century. It is hardly surprising that ethnomusicology would become one of the first fields dedicated to the truly global pursuit of knowledge. Crucial to the global pursuit of knowledge, moreover, is the search for how knowledge, through music and sound practices, shape ways of being in the world. The ontologies whereby individuals and collectives shape the everyday and seek the transcendent. For the past half-century, ethnomusicologists have employed ethnography to set a more sweeping ontological turn in music studies in motion, exploring new sites of encounter opened by media studies in popular music, and mobilizing critical sets of inquiry into the political. The historical longue durée of ethnomusicology today joins in counterpoint with the history of the present. The political crises of the 21st century, the plight of refugees seeking to cross national borders, the agency of music in giving voice to peoples of color or difference, the challenges of and to musical heritage, the struggle for sovereignty against violence, increasingly occupy the global borderlands to which ethnomusicologists take critical practices of ethnography. Such borderlands, too, become precarious as the global climate crisis intensifies, and they require of music scholars that they develop new approaches to encountering the ontologies of music in the Anthropocene, not least by listening into the sound worlds of non-humans. It is my privilege to use the 2022 International Balzan Prize in Ethnomusicology to work with colleagues around the world to engage more fully with the forms of sonic encounter that are afforded by the borderlands. Listening to and acting with music at the border is more critical in the 21st century than ever before. Migrants and refugees move ceaselessly across borders at the sites of conflict. The sonic landscape of borders resounds with violence and threats to sovereignty. The metaphors of the border reflect the most profound of human concerns, above all, the borders between life and death. Because ethnomusicology is a field of agency and ethnography, Borderlands of Sonic Encounter, the name of the project, will generate projects for young scholars that combine historical and analytical work with the field work that makes some encounter for those scholars global. The project itself unfolds across 5 years of projects that will coalesce around symposia and workshops that take place largely at the global centers of the University of Chicago, especially Paris, Delhi, and Hong Kong, in each of which I work. Balzan Fellowships for Young Scholars will fund 2 types of projects. Some scholars will work in more broadly historical ways, utilizing archives and research centers dedicated to the study of border regions. Balzan Fellowships for Young Scholars will also facilitate new and innovative ethnographic fieldwork, for example, with refugee communities or in diaspora studies with migrant communities. Please permit me to conclude these remarks, accepting the International Balzan Prize in Ethnomusicology by expressing my appreciation again to the Balzan Foundation and to the remarkable collective who have made my work and career possible. I am deeply honored that the Balzan Prize now opens an important new chapter in our common encounters in ethnomusicology. And now Christine Wilkie-Bowman and I will perform for you crucial acts or crucial scenes from the final work composed for the stage, musical stage, in the concentration camps. You will hear today a remarkable piece of music called Die Weise von Liebe und Tod des Kornets Christoph Rilke, the chronicle of love and death of the flag bearer Christoph Rilke. It takes as its text a prose poem by Rainer Maria Rilke, which appeared in print in the first of the Inselbücherei, for those of you who are literary scholars, in 1912. And the composition itself, a work for dramatic speaker and piano in this case. Ullmann wanted it to be for orchestra, but he was killed before he was able to finish the score for it. This is a work which tells the journey of a young man into war, Christoph Rilke, at the end of the 30 Years' War in the 17th century, who follows the passion to go into war and to fight against the East, but then encounters the realities of war, which eventually lead to his death in battle, which is, however, a love death, a Liebestod. Victor Ullmann, the composer of this work, was one of the great composers of the 20th century, or certainly would have been. His fate was, however, very different. He was incarcerated in the concentration camp at Theresienstadt, and he composed this work in the final months of his life, beginning passionately to compose very rapidly in July of 1944, signing the final sketches and fragments September 27, 1944, as a birthday gift to his sister. On October 10th of 1944, he was deported to Auschwitz and murdered probably on October 16, 1944. You will hear, however, now a work of love, death, Liebestod, which transcends. We're not performing the entire piece, but rather those scenes that tell of this story, of this tragedy, this allegory of death and love in the 20th century. So now the next slide, please. Thank you. Act 1, Scene 1. Den 24. November 1663 wurde Otto von Rilke auf Langenau, Grenitz und Ziegler zu Linde mit seines in Ungarn gefallenen Bruders Christoph hinterlassenen Anteile am Gute Linde beliehen. Doch musste er einen Revers ausstellen, nach welchem die Lebensreichung null und nichtig sein sollte, im Falle sein Bruder Christoph, der nach beigebrachtem Totenschein als Kornett in der Kompanie des Freiherrn von Piroveno, des kaiserlichen, österreichischen, heistischen Regiments zu Ross, verstorben war, zurückkehrt. Scene 2. Reiten, reiten, reiten. Durch den Tag, durch die Nacht, durch den Tag. Reiten, reiten, reiten. Und der Mut ist so müde geworden und die Sehnsucht so groß. Es gibt keine Berge mehr, kaum einen Baum. Nichts wagt aufzustehen. Fremde Hütten hocken durstig am versumpften Brunnen. Nirgends ein Turm und immer das gleiche Bild. Man hat zwei Augen zu viel. Nur in der Nacht manchmal glaubt man, den Weg zu kennen. Vielleicht kehren wir nächtens immer wieder das Stück zurück, das wir in der fremden Zone mühsam geworden haben. Es kann sein. Die Sonne ist schwer wie bei uns tief im Sommer. Aber wir haben im Sommer Abschied genommen. Die Kleider der Frauen leuchteten lang aus dem Grün. Und nun reiten wir lang. Es muss also Herbst sein. Wenigstens dort, wo traurige Frauen von uns wissen. Act 1, Scene 3. Jemand erzählt von seiner Mutter. Ein Deutscher offenbar, laut und langsam setzt er seine Worte. Wie ein Mädchen, das Blumen bindet, nachdenklich Blume um Blume probt und noch nicht weiß, was aus dem Ganzen wird. deine Worte zu Lust, zu Leide? Alle lauschen, sogar das Spucken hört auf. Denn es sind laute Herren, die wissen, was sich gehört. Und wer das Deutscher nicht kann in dem Haufen, der versteht es auf einmal, füllt einzelne Worte. Abends. Klein war. Da sind sie alle einander nah, diese Herren, die aus Frankreich kommen und aus Burgund, aus den Niederlanden, aus Kärntens Tälern, von den böhmischen Burgen und vom Kaiser Leopold. Denn was der eine erzählt, das haben auch Sie erfahren und gerade so. Als ob es nur eine Mutter gäbe. Scene 5 now. We jump ahead to scene 5. Der von Langenau schreibt einen Brief ganz in Gedanken. Langsam malt er mit großen, ernsten, aufrechten Lettern. Meine gute Mutter, seid stolz. Ich trage die Fahne. Seid ohne Sorge, ich trage die Fahne, habt mich lieb. Ich trage die Fahne. Dann steckt er den Brief zu sich in den Waffenrock, an die heimlichste Stelle. Und denkt, vielleicht findet ihn einmal einer. Und denkt, denn der Feind ist nah. Sie reiten über einen erschlagenen Bauern. Er hat die Augen weit offen und etwas spiegelt sich drin. Kein Himmel. Später heulen Hunde. Es kommt also ein Dorf, endlich. und über den Hütten steigt steinern ein Schloss. Breit hält sich ihnen die Brücke hin. Groß wird das Tor. Hochwill kommt das Horn. Horch. Poltern, Klirrten und Hundegebell. Wiehern im Hof, Hufschlag und Ruf. Act 2, Scene 1. The armies have gathered together to go to fight in Eastern Europe. They've mustered from all over the empire, and now they gather to think, to reflect on life and love before the final battle. Rast, Gast sein einmal. Nichts immer selbst seiner Wünsche bewirten mit kärglicher Kost. Nicht immer feinlich nach allem fassen. Einmal sich alles geschehen lassen und wissen, was geschieht, ist gut. Nicht immer Soldat sein, einmal die Locken offen tragen und den weiten offenen Kragen und in seidenen Sesseln sitzen und bis in die Fingerspitzen so nach dem Bad sein. Und wieder erst lernen, was Frauen sind. Und wie die Weißen tun. Und wie die Blauen sind. Was für Hände sie haben, wie sie ihr Lachen singen. Wenn blonde Knaben die schönen Schalen bringen, von saftigen Früchten schwer. To Scene 2. Als Mahl begann's und ist ein Fest geworden. Kaum weiß man wie, die Hauen Flammen flackten, die Stimmen schwirrten, wirre Lieder klirrten aus Glas und Glanz und endlich aus dem reif gewordenen Takten entsprang der Tanz und alle riss er hin. Das war ein Wellenschlagen in den Seelen, ein sich begegnen und ein sich erwählen, ein Abschied nehmen und ein Wiederfinden, ein Glanz genießen und ein Licht erblinden und ein sich wiegen in den Sommerwinden, die in den Kleidern warmer Frauen sind. Aus dunklem Wein und 1000 Rosen rinnt die Stunde rauschend in der Traum der Nacht. Act 2, Scene 3. Einer, der weiße Seide trägt, erkennt, dass er nicht erwachen kann, denn er ist wach und verwirrt von Wirklichkeit. So flieht er bange in den Traum und steht im Park, einsam im schwarzen Park. Das Fest ist fern und das Licht lügt und die Nacht ist nahe um ihn und kühl. Und er fragt eine Frau, die sich zu ihm neigt: Bist du die Nacht? Sie lächelt. Und da schämt er sich für sein weißes Kleid. Und möchte weit und allein und in Waffen sein. Ganz in Waffen. Now Act 2, Scene 5. Ist das der Morgen, Welche Sonne geht auf? Wie groß ist die Sonne? Sind das Vögel? Ihre Stimmen sind überall. Alles ist hell, aber es ist kein Tag. Alles ist laut, aber es sind nicht Vogelstimmen. Das sind die Balken, die leuchten. Das sind die Fenster, die schreien. Sie schreien rot in die Feinde hinein, die draußen stehen im flackernden Land, schreien Brand und mit zerrissenem Schlaf im Gesicht drängen sich alle, halb Eisen, halb nackt, von Zimmer zu Zimmer, von Trakt zu Trakt und suchen die Treppe. Und mit verschlagenem Atem stammen Hörner im Hof. Sammeln, sammeln und bebende Trommeln. Scene 6. Aber die Fahne ist nicht dabei. Rufe, Kornett! Rasende Pferde, Gebete, Geschrei, Flüche, Kornett, Eisen an Eisen, Befehl und Signal. Stille. Kornett! Und noch einmal Kornett und heraus mit der brausenden Reiterei. Aber die Fahne ist nicht dabei. Scene 7. Es läuft um die Wette mit brennenden Gängen, durch Türen, die ihn glühend umdrängen, über Treppen, die ihn versengen, bricht er aus dem rasenden Bau. Auf seinen Armen trägt er die Fahne wie eine weiße, bewusstlose Frau. Und er findet ein Pferd und es ist wie ein Schrei, aber alles dabei und an allen vorbei, auch an den Seinen. Und da kommt auch die Fahne wieder zu sich und niemals war sie so königlich. Und jetzt sehen sie alle fern voran, erkennen den hellen, helmlosen Mann und erkennen die Fahne. Aber da fängt sie zu schreien an, wirft sich hinaus und wird groß und rot. Da brennt ihre Fahne mitten im Feind und sie jagen ihr nach. Scene 8, the finale. Im nächsten Frühjahr. Es kommt traurig und kalt, ritt ein Kurier des Freiherrn von Piroveno langsam in Langenau ein. Dort hat er eine alte Frau weinen sehen.
Well, many thanks for this wonderful performance. Perhaps we have time for just a couple of comments or questions. I give you the floor to Salva.
Well, this music makes one speechless, in fact, you know, so it's very moving. Thank you. Ethnomusicology here is the most prominent specialist, so if you have questions about the field, now is the time to ask. Don't ask me, ask him. Please.
So how did they find the music that the guy wrote?
The music was, when prisoners, and there were many prisoners who were creative musicians who were transported to, were deported to Auschwitz and killed, or other death camps. There was death at Theresienstadt, Terezin. But when they knew they were going to be to leave, the music would be hidden in floorboards, or other was protected by those who were, and that was the case with Ullmann's music. For example, his great opera from Theresienstadt, Der Kaiser von Atlantis, the Emperor of Atlantis, which was never performed there, and has been performed, was also simply left there. In the case of Ullmann, when after the liberation of the camp, the sociologist and writer, novelist H.G. Adler, Hans-Günther Adler, returned, who had also been a prisoner, had actually written lyrics for poetry for some of Ullmann's music, came back and rescued the scores and took them with him. He eventually immigrated to the United Kingdom. His son Jeremy Adler is a great literary theorist. And they're now in these fragments from which we based our performance are at the Paul-Sacher Stiftung in Basel.
How did they manage to write them? What were they written on?
This is a remarkable story. They were afforded some paper, some manuscript paper of their own. Or they made the manuscript paper. I mean, they had some paper. They reused materials, whether it was calendars, almanacs that were available for the score for the working score for The Emperor of Atlantis, the great opera, one of the great operas of the 20th century, is on the back of internment papers that were used to record the entrance of prisoners, of those telling where they were from, and telling exactly what their racial identity was at the time, which is a remarkable idea when you think that the score of a work such as this is actually on a record of people's deaths.
Yes, please.
Privilege of being able to speak with you this morning with the interviews and things, but could you talk a little bit about your work? You talked a bit about how music, how the work of the ethnomusicologist enters into this kind of conversation or a dialogue with the peoples who produce their music, and then again this other one about the challenges for the ethnomusicologist for the future, and that maybe might enter with the work of the new Balzan research project that you will do.
So one of the things, and Salva, you certainly would be well able to comment as well.
The floor is yours.
We share many of these ideas. So one of the things that we do with as ethnomusicologists, we go to the places where people are making music, where even when these are very precarious and politically, if it's to work with refugees, to work in refugee camps, for example, with migrants, to work with migrants. If it's pilgrimage, I do work on pilgrimage. I go on pilgrimages with pilgrims. I join them in their journey. What we do then is we gather materials, we analyze them, we make comparisons with them, and in the best of circumstances, we attempt to bring the voices so that others can experience them. This is the case of what I do as a cabaret performer. I work with music that has been lost. Sometimes it was censored. I work with censor files in Vienna, for example, and then transform this into performable music and record it and analyze it and enrich the world, the experience, the knowledge that we have those who may not be able to voice their own situations, that we serve as a way of making their voices heard.
Any other questions?
Yes. Yes, it works. Well, I was just wondering, from a general point of view, if your research on music and nationalism has allowed you to grasp insights into the conditions for what we may call benevolent nationalism a la Herder, say, as contrasted with the malevolent form of nationalism,
Yes.
which we know all too well. Thanks.
So, in my work with the music of nationalism, I am aware and responsive to those traditions that may be malevolent. I think that's the word you use. But I'm working, by and large, I also do ethnographic work. And I've worked through many different areas of nationalism. I'm currently working in India with the way in which music has been used in negative ways by the Hindutva movement as well. But, for example, the ways in which it's used, music may be used for nationalist purposes in positive ways. I do field work at the Eurovision Song Contest, and this is a context in which music can be very powerfully used for positive, to get people to listen. The best example I can give at the moment is the most recent, the May 2022 Eurovision Song Contest, in which Ukraine's very powerful entry won and became elicited a global response to the Russian invasion of Ukraine.
Yeah, there are no other questions. Yes.
Well, I think we can close here by thanking everybody, in particular our prize winners for the very good performances with us. And it was a pleasure to be with you all the day. And thank you very much, and see you next year, in 2 years from now.